If you'd like to go ahead and take your seats, welcome to Fixing the Information Crisis Before It's Too Late for Democracy. I'm Courtney Radge, the Director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty, and I'm delighted to be here. Welcome, and thank you for joining Open Markets Institute and the Center for Journalism and Liberty for this event. Around the world, liberal democracies are scrambling to confront a frontal attack on the information and communication systems that we depend on to share news and ideas with each other. And the need for actionable solutions and bold policies could not be more critical. Just this year, we will see elections in the US, in Europe, and more than 80 countries around the world. The stability and perhaps even the survival of democracy is at risk. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken recently summed up the crisis when he said, "Our competitors and adversaries are using disinformation to exploit fissures within our democracies, and now AI is swiftly making the problem worse." Recently, the U.S. Congress voted to ban TikTok from operating in the United States unless it severs its connections to the People's Republic of China. But this is a far bigger problem than just TikTok. Foreign governments and authoritarian regimes are routinely using U.S. platforms to spread their propaganda, and these corporations are anything but victims. On the contrary, they earn billions of dollars from helping these and other actors manipulate and exploit individuals and public opinion. And X, formerly Twitter, has devolved into a megaphone for hate speech and calls for violence, then has turned its account verification system into a pay-to-play model ripe for manipulation. Another problem is how Google and Meta use their power in ways that suppress trustworthy information, and they do so in part by diverting billions of dollars in advertising away from publishers and into their own coffers, and they do so by censoring people's ability to share news with each other, rather than to have to share even a modicum of their profits with news publishers. These corporations have also largely abandoned, or in the word of the New York Times, eviscerated their efforts to control disinformation and other types of spam on their own platforms. Unfortunately, despite an intense focus on threats posed by disinformation since Brexit and the US elections in 2016 and again in 2020, the Rohingya massacre, no democracy has developed a coherent policy to root out the problem. Worse, many of the ad hoc fixes of recent years are breaking down amid the rise in generative AI. So today, we are convening this urgent discussion to identify solutions to the root causes of the information crisis. Today, you will hear from leading policymakers, journalists, experts about how Americans can use existing policy tools to protect our democracy and rebuild a more peaceful, prosperous, and progressive information and communications system that will shape the future of our country and the world. Over to Barry Lynn, Open Markets Institute's Executive Director, who will tell us more about what to expect throughout the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you all for coming. It's great to see you here today. As Courtney said, I'm Barry Lynn, and I'm the Executive Director of Open Markets. And we do have a great cast of law enforcers, policymakers, and experts here with us today, not only to describe the nature and origins of this set of terrifying threats to our democracy, but also to identify solutions. We're going to start with European Commission Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager. I'll say more about the Vice President in a few moments. We also have with us Federal Communications Commission Chair Jessica Rosenworcel. And we have Jonathan Kanter, who directs the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice. And at 4:30, as our sort of the last speaker, we have U.S. Trade Representative Katherine. In addition, we have short comments from Senators Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, and Richard Blumenthal, and from Colorado Congressman Ken Buck. And that's just the headliners. We also have 15 other speakers, each of whom is among the true leaders of one or more of the battles that make up our grand campaign to protect and rebuild American and world democracy. And we also have the great honor today of counting as our co-host The Guardian. And later we will meet the newspaper's U.S. editor, chief counsel, and head technology correspondent. The Guardian has long stood as one of the real few tribunes of a free news media in this age of Google and Facebook. We face many existential threats today, way too many. It would be wrong to say that our topic today is more important than any of these other threats. We must resolve every threat to the foundations of our democracy and our society. It's a big task. But I do believe we must, all of us, prioritize fixing our news and communications crisis. Because if we cannot speak to one another freely, if we cannot report, edit, and share news with one another freely, then we won't be able to fix any of these other challenges. And in some cases, such as our political polarization, this concentration of power and control over our communications platforms is one of the prime causes of the problem. So we were a little slow in starting off because we were having some technical problems getting the Executive Vice President of the European Commission on with us today, but I think we have that resolved. So unless someone waves at me, I am going to introduce Margrethe Vestager. So we start today with a real privilege. Margrethe Vestager is a pioneer of today's anti-monopoly movement. Starting almost 10 years ago, she was the first to take on the corporations then known in Europe as the GAFA. When she did, she elicited howls of protest, not only from these giants, but also from the U.S. government, which at that time viewed its job as making the world safe for big tech. But as head of DG Comp, Vice President Vestager pushed bravely forward, doing right by the citizens of Europe, and frankly, doing right by the citizens of the United States, who had yet to learn how to hire a president strong enough to fight to protect our democracy. Those were often lonely years for our European allies, and they deserve our true gratitude for standing tall. Over the last half-decade, Vice President Vestager doubled down on this work. She helped the European Parliament pass strong new laws, helped Europeans strengthen their defenses against foreign industrial and military aggression, and worked in true partnership with many agencies and departments in the Biden administration. Vice President Vestager has spoken many times in the United States, but this is the first time she has come to address the broad public. Originally, the Vice President was supposed to be with us in person, but unfortunately other political contingencies have gotten in the way. Folks, please join me in welcoming Executive Vice President Vestager.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, I'm touched by your kind words to me, but even more by how strongly you describe the situation that we're in, that we need to use the tools we have so that they can enable our democracy, because it is at threat. If you have a historical interest, I have one, and maybe not surprising, in particular in the history of the European Union. And at least here in Europe, few people know why we have strong rules for competition to be the name of the marketplace. And it goes all the way back to the very creation, the very first initiatives taken to create the union that we have today. Jean Monnet speaks about it in his memoir. And it goes back to May 1950. It's a couple of days before the Schuman Declaration, which sort of sets off the coal and steel community. And Schuman informs the US Secretary of State, Dean Acheson. So he wants to give him heads up about the project that he is to launch about this European coal and steel community. He needs support from the US to make this happen. But Acheson, he's a lawyer. And with the notion of European community, He fears the end of commercial freedom. What he hears is the creation of a coal and steel cartel. Of course, the purpose was not to create a cartel. The goal was to integrate European industries into one large but free common market. So how to reassure US partners and make sure that there was support for this incredibly important European step forward? Well, simple, to include rules against monopolization and cartels in the treaty, directly inspired by the Schuman Act. And that is how European competition policy came to life. And I mention this because it has taught me at least two things. The first one is that there is a shared goal between US and European competition rules. And the second, that competition policy was always meant to be a means of convergence between the US and European economies. And the thing is that it's really striking to see how modern and how necessary these two aspects remain. And I will speak about both of them. At its core, competition policy is a democratic tool. There are two ways, I think, to think about competition. There's a technical view that competition keeps prices low. It pushes companies to improve their product quality, offer better services, expand consumer choice, and innovate. It's about efficient resource allocation, and that, of course, is important. There is another view as well, a broader view. Competition policy is about keeping markets contestable for anyone to have a fair chance, about allowing all players to compete, about preventing the abuse of market power. That it's simply about fairness in society. Because competition empowers consumers. It creates a culture of choice, of you having to make up your mind, because the culture is a culture of choice. And it preserves the very existence of choice in the marketplace. Our court has recognized that competition rules must be used to protect consumer interests. And that means to promote conduct that are not just consistent with competition on the merits, but, and I quote, also necessary in order to ensure plurality in a democratic society. Our courts underline this. And many of our interventions in digital markets, they're precisely about that. We fought to allow consumers to retain a choice about their preferred search engine in the Google Android case, to access fair rankings when it came to Google Shopping. We took measures to prevent competitors from being foreclosed, being kept out of the market when it came to Microsoft LinkedIn, Google Fitbit, Meta Customer, or mergers. In doing so, we kept with the fundamental objective of antitrust rules to preserve a diverse marketplace. And there was a fundamental political idea behind US antitrust law, and that was the same idea. It was the fear that the concentration of market power may cause an inherent threat to democracy. And that might lead to a totalitarian regime. It hurts to admit it, but this concern has rarely been more acute than it is today. Competition policy advances, in my opinion, democracy in so many ways. Competition allows equal opportunities to compete. It lowers, by lowering barriers to entry, it favors plurality. And competition also democratizes the relationship between worker and the companies that they work for. Competition touches upon our most fundamental values. The idea of an individual having the freedom to pursue hers or his own destiny. The idea of fair play. Freedom to to compete, freedom to enable plurality. That plays a very big role in the markets at the intersection of knowledge and government. For instance, in the news media, these markets have changed dramatically. Today's news and information are largely brought to us by digital platforms. And one of the great challenges of our times is that we receive fragmented information. Information that is made to fit each of our little spaces, each in our own little social media fit, without contradiction, without the fact-finding that we have used to cherish in media that brought us the omnibus approach. The risk is to think that the world is just as small and just as simple as what is being brought to you online. And even though we know that it's not the case, the temptation to accept that simplistic tunnel vision is very, very big. So what we see is that we know that we are being turned away from plurality of opinions. And that is exactly what democracy is about. Based on the facts, with contradiction, that we pose our views out in open space. And the fight against that risk is really central to our efforts to develop a European way of digitization. Beyond competition, across all digital policies, we want to ensure trust, humanity, and fairness. What we do, and we are in the process, we're not done yet, is to think about transparency, contestability, and of course, non-discrimination by empowering all users to exercise choice, to control their own data, and by preventing harmful conduct. The Digital Services Act seeks to protect us against illegal content, while at the same time protecting our freedom of speech. Absolutely essential. The Artificial Intelligence Act aims to protect democracy online, banning uses of AI that go against our fundamental rights, our fundamental values, like social scoring or manipulation with a vulnerable audience. So competition law enforcement is part of a wider effort. We're rolling out a consistent cross-policy effort to tackle disinformation, polarization. These are fundamental threats to our democracy. We take great comfort that we're not alone in this fight. These are values that Europe and the United States have always shared. And this is why, more than ever, we need to work together when it comes to protecting competition, to have the effects of democracy that it enables. The industries that we are concerned with here, well, we see the same concerns in other jurisdictions. We are not alone in what we do. We are all concerned by the market powers accrued by the same companies that often act as gatekeepers. They decide who should be successful. And that means that efficient enforcement will depend more and more and more on the quality of our cooperation. Given different legal systems, different traditions, full procedural alignment will never be possible. But through dialogue, I think we can achieve a very high level of convergence. I should say that the level of cooperation between our teams has probably never been better. It's excellent. And I really want to thank my colleagues, Lina Khan and Jonathan Kanter, for enabling this. In addition, the work that we have done with Secretary Blinken, Secretary Raimondo, Trade Representative Tai in the Trade and Technology Council adds to this. And this work has helped us coordinate our strategies, find common ground. It has managed to produce real, tangible results in particular when it comes to our technology cooperation. And it's displayed as a stabilizing factor because, of course, even between the best of partners, sometimes there is a risk of derailing. But we know how to deal also with those risks these days. And this is why I'm so encouraged to see the attention of US enforcers, US policymakers, that attention paid to the problem of gatekeeper power in a digital economy. Nina Khan recently spoke of the fear small businesses often feel when they trade on big tech platforms. I can recognize that 100%. She also spoke about the growing bipartisan support for more action on platforms. And that is what you have seen in Europe, a broad political will for society actually to make sure that tech serves humans. I'm also inspired by the cross-sectoral approach America is now taking to protect competition. The 2021 executive order was like Christmas Eve for someone like me. If we want to change the game on market concentration, we need to reach across governments to promote rules and to prevent abusive behavior. And this is what I see, and I am grateful for that leadership. Can we cooperate even more? I believe that we should pursue convergence on 3 levels, and this will be my conclusion. The first level focuses on wider strategic cooperation. This means continuing and deepening the forums that we have recently established, such as the Joint Technology Competition Policy Dialogue. The second level is to seek alignment on principles. The platform economy is a very good example. When we talk about gatekeepers, we need to prevent digital platforms from choking out competition. Well, when we speak the same language, regardless of how it translates into law, we can be effective. When we tackle the mistreatment of companies and individuals that depend on platforms for market access, they depend on platforms to go on with their lives, with the businesses. We pursue the same goal. And the final level is, of course, case cooperation. We have a track record of close cooperation. Of course, we have always remained independent enforcers. But when you look at the cases where we diverge in our assessment, it's usually either explained by difference in facts on ground or by the law, because our core vision for competition enforcement and its objective, they remains broadly aligned. So we have to continue and we have to nurture our relationship. As we do this, and if there is a grey day, for me, it's great to remember why this matters so much. As competition enforcers, we are guardians of fundamental values: liberty, choice, pluralism. And those are the threads that weaves the fabric of democracy. We need to continue this work because right now the stakes are incredibly high. We are not just concerned with the concentration of market power. We are concerned that this power is in the hands of online platforms. Platforms that has gained a huge space in our lives. The number of hours we as individuals use. It controls how we get our news, how we share it, how we interact with one another. And those are the core behaviors in every democracy. The ties that we built across the Atlantic, they serve a common purpose: to restore competition, to empower companies and consumers, to set the guardrails against disinformation and impediment to plurality. We have built so far-reaching tools. We owe it to our citizens to show and to use them with purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to I guess you didn't stick around for the second round of applause. But that was actually a pretty good speech. It was kind of a sobering speech. It's I don't know if the Vice President has ever actually spoken in quite those terms about the threat that we face to our democracy and the threats that we face to our society that we have built, our ability to communicate with one another. I was going to ask her, if I had a moment, if we hadn't been running behind, whether, what her plans were for the next stage in her life, because I really hope that she remains in this fight. So I'm going to turn this over to Courtney, who is going to run our first panel of the day, and Courtney will introduce the panelists. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Barry. Let me invite the panelists to come up and take their seat for the first panel, Preventing Platforms from Manipulating Speech and Information. But before we jump into this really topical issue, considering the Supreme Court is supposed to come down with a decision tomorrow on net choice, we're going to hear from Representative Ken Buck, a congressman from Colorado who has sent some brief remarks.
Hi, this is Ken Buck. I want to thank Barry Lynn and the Open Markets Institute for putting this forum on. I want to thank you for being here and welcome you to this forum. I appreciate your interest, and I hope that you can generate interest around the country in what Barry is trying to do and has been trying to do for years. I am really concerned about where we are right now with the state of competition in the tech area for a number of reasons. When I look at America historically after the Civil War, it was clear that monopolies had developed in banking and oil and gas, in railroads and other areas. And those monopolies created inefficiencies. They created increased costs for consumers and huge wealth that was used politically to influence our system in the United States. The Congress, in a bipartisan way, took action and made sure that we limited those businesses and broke up many of those businesses and created a system that has really benefited the U.S. economy and has influenced the world economy in a lot of ways. The problem we face now is we have dramatically changed the type of economy we're dealing with all the online internet, but online marketing and consumer actions. And so I think that it is really important that we not only update the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, other laws, but that we understand that what happened historically is going to continue to happen until we take that action. If we don't update the laws, we are going to see a consolidation of power, a huge use of resources to impact our political system and stymie the kind of competitive laws that we need to implement in this country. And what's ironic to me as a conservative is I have always believed and have always talked about the fact that we need to make sure that Article 1 of our Constitution, Congress, the legislative branch, is doing its job. We don't want judges to be activists. We don't want judges to anticipate what Congress would have done if it had acted properly. We want Congress to legislate and not the courts. And what we're seeing with many of my friends on the right is a reluctance to allow Congress to enact the legislation that it needs to enact because of the huge political resources that are being brought to bear. The impact of these monopolies, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Google, is really detrimental, and some of it can't be undone at this point. We cannot reverse the damage that has been done to journalism, for example. The idea that huge amounts of money are being taken from those creators of good journalism and siphoned off for huge profits by these companies. And by the way, I don't think profits is a bad word. I think it's a very good word as long as it incentivizes innovation. I think it's a great word. But when you siphon off profits and shut down small newspapers across this country, you change the character of America in a bad way, I believe. And so we have to make sure that we pass some of the legislation that's in Congress that would give back to the creators of content the resources that they need to continue to hold government accountable, to hold business accountable, to inform our electorate, our voters, our citizens about what's going on in their local communities. The other danger, these platforms have created so much wealth that they are affecting and infecting the political system. The idea that a group of companies, a small group of companies, can spend $400 million to defeat a handful of competition laws in this country is obnoxious. And if most people understood the damage that was being done, I believe that they would be upset and demand that their representatives acted differently. So and I guess the last point I want to make is speech is different in this country than it is in the rest of the world. Our First Amendment has evolved in a way that we believe that more speech, that true speech, counters false speech. There's going to be obnoxious speech on the internet, on various platforms, and that is bad, but it shouldn't be regulated by the government or by a group of Silicon Valley executives. The way to deal with false speech, disinformation, dangerous speech is more good speech, true speech, and making sure that people understand what the truth is. When we start allowing a handful of people, no matter what group they come from, government, business, internet providers, whatever group they come from, to decide what is true and what is false, we put ourselves as a country at risk. I think censorship is one of the most evil outgrowths of the pandemic and this idea that we can tell people the truth as if somebody has a hat on that tells them this is the truth and this is the only truth we're going to allow. So thank you. I hope I've added a little bit of value to this discussion. I'm sure I don't have a lot of people who agree with everything I said, but hopefully it is of some value. Barry, thank you for inviting me to speak, and God bless all of you and your efforts. Thank you.
This, I think, is the perfect setup for this panel on preventing platforms from manipulating speech and information, and doing that in a way that respects the First Amendment, but also recognizes that there's no such thing as a free marketplace of ideas, and that market is structured. One of the battles, in fact, over this very topic is playing out in the courts as we speak, and a decision is expected tomorrow, I understand. The Supreme Court is currently hearing a set of cases that will determine whether big tech platforms should operate fairly for all of those who use them, and whether policymakers will be able to use the tools in their toolbox, to deal with them. Less than a handful of corporations control the platforms where we share ideas, engage in public discourse, and access information. Their search rankings, they can make or break a business. Recommendation algorithms have been shown to breed extremism. Instagram's pernicious impacts on teen mental health, Facebook's unilateral and capricious content moderation, all of these helping to create businesses that earn up to 80% of their revenue from digital advertising. So, with this setup that I think Representative Buck and the EU Commissioner gave us, we've recognized, Will Aramis said, an industry does not get labeled big with a capital B out of respect and admiration, but rather out of loathing and fear, and in preparation for battle. And so we're actually seeing that battle happen right now. So Zephyr, I want to go to you first. You're a professor of law at Fordham University. And net choice is essentially about whether tech corporations that are protected from liability for the content on their platform should have First Amendment rights, and whether states can impose common carrier obligations on these intermediaries. Can you explain, why is this case so critical, and why should we force platforms, as you put it, to embrace their role as essential infrastructure?
Thank you.
There should be a mic on the...
I need my microphone.
Yes.
Thank you. Courtney, we thought the net choice pair of decisions might come down today. They did not. And I don't want to eat up 25 minutes talking about what net choice is, because the truth is it's about 20 different things, and depending on how it comes out, will have really different impacts. It's important because it's the first time the Supreme Court is weighing in on how to think about what is TikTok, what is Facebook. Are they like a newspaper? Are they like a mall? Or there's something totally differently? And I put that maybe in there because this court likes taking really big cases and then kind of sneaking them out the door. So that may happen here. Why I think this is so important. Yesterday, 2 days ago, Instagram, which between a third and a half of Americans have an account on, turned off the politics feed the day basically preceding the debate. When they were asked about it, Meta said, oops, that was an accident, and turned it back on. That is an extraordinary and disturbing amount of power for the whims of Mark Zuckerberg, the mistakes of one man, of a tiny group of men, that their capacity to control and shape public discourse. So what we're talking about today, I just want to put a fine point on what I see the particular problem we're talking about today. Because you can think of social media like climate change. There's lots of different problems here, right? I want to talk about what I want to focus on is the particular problem, which is the way in which Facebook, Instagram, Google, including YouTube, Amazon, Twitter, have seized control of the media infrastructure of this country.
Okay, so given that, we know the problem, right? That's the thing, is what is the solution? And Net Choice is proposing, the proposed solution is let's treat them as common carriers and impose non-discrimination. So why do you think this case will fundamentally shape, and why is it important that we get this right?
The reason I'm resisting you, Courtney, is because I actually think the court shouldn't have taken this case, and I hope it sneaks out the door. It was premature. It's a facial challenge. It's asking about a whole bunch of complicated questions all at once. What's important, I think, and I don't want to today tell you that if Net Choice goes the way I don't want it to, then we can't actually act, because there's already too much disempowerment. So I'll do a quicker version. I got you. The two big problems are the concentration of power and the nature of the algorithmic feed. And both of those are not essential to the internet. And I think that's the most important thing I want to get across, is that you can have the internet, as we did in 2006, without either the introduction of the targeted feed that comes in 2010, 2011, or without the concentration of power that we see through the gobbling up. And so when I think about solutions, it is along the lines of the three key tools of anti-monopoly are divestiture and breaking up, critical. YouTube doesn't need to be owned by the same company that owns Maps. Non-discrimination rules, limiting how differently, and the two cases, the Florida and Texas case, are really bizarre examples of a kind of non-discrimination rule, saying you can't treat different counterparties differently. And then particular forms of consumer protection laws that protect against abuses that come along with those big forms of power.
Thank you. And I know, that we can talk a lot about the problem, but one of the things we do want to talk about today are some of the solutions, especially because, we have a very important election coming up. We want to see what can we do in the meantime. And so, you mentioned so many accidents. There are so many accidents when these platforms accidentally do something. Tara, in the amicus brief that OMI filed in support of the states, which is, kind of odd bedfellows in some respect, you wrote that the underlying question of whether states and the federal government have the authority to regulate social media and other internet platforms as common carriers is critical. So tell us, how would treating platforms as common carriers and imposing non-discrimination rules actually help? And Tara is our policy counsel at OMI, so.
Yeah, we filed a brief in NetJoyce, but another case that isn't getting as much attention, we really need to throw out, make sure everybody knows about, is Ohio v. Google. So Ohio is currently trying to make Google a common carrier under their state law. So one of the things that the reason that we filed a brief is that we're afraid that the court could say, well, you can't regulate them as common carriers. And we think this is ridiculous. So we took a really narrow approach when we looked at this case. We said, okay, we're not going to really opine on the law itself, but we're just really talking about should states have the power there to regulate tech companies as common carriers.
Why do they need that power?
They need that power. One of the reason is because one of the things that they're seeking is to have open access, right? Basically, everybody should be treated the same, right? So whether it's like getting on an airplane, everybody, if you can buy a ticket, you get there on time, you're not on the no-fly list, then you can get on the plane, right? Same with like hotels. They have to give you a room. Same with restaurants. It's open access and equal access. And that's really important because these tech companies are not treating us equally. Some are getting better, more, let's just say, they're being pushed. And they like to push the most controversial subjects in order to get more people engaged because, as they say, engagement through enragement. So they want to enrage us so that we continue to scroll. As we continue to scroll, they keep feeding us more advertising, and hopefully we click on a button and we buy something. That's the point. Their point is so that they can sell more advertising to us, so they can get more information about us, so that they can get more targeting advertisement. So this will make it sure that everybody has access, including media. This is important because, as you mentioned, they just cut off feeds. Or in Facebook, when Australia tried to have, and Canada tried to pass a law saying you have to negotiate with the media, they said, oh, well, then we're just going to shut off the media feeds. And, they did that in Canada during the worst wildfire season in the history. So it really was impactful. So that's one thing. Another thing that we really pushed back on was their idea that they are somehow special. These tech companies want to say, well, you can't regulate us because we're somehow different. We're better than. But really, they're just an information. They're just like the telephone. There's a way to communicate with others. So if we can regulate telephone companies and Telegram and the Postal Service, and we go back in time, right? As technology evolves, the law evolves. And so we say, as the law evolves, this common carriage law, it's 500 years old, you guys. It goes clear back in the Middle Ages. It has evolved significantly over time, so we can't just say, oh, well, tech companies are better, stop here, put a pause on it, we're going to move on. No, if it continues, if it has evolved in the past, it should continue to evolve. And the last thing is this idea, this is something that the tech companies want to complain about, is that, oh, well, if you do this, then everything's going to come out, it's going to be horrible, it's going to be non-usable. They can continue to moderate, right? The reason that these Facebook and Twitter and these other companies are useful is that they do moderate. There's some kind of curation going on. I don't know if you all remember going to the old websites, those old chat rooms in the days. Maybe I just aged myself. But they were basically useless. So the curation is kind of the point. And none of these laws are trying to remove their ability to curate. We're just saying maybe we should curate in a way that isn't so harmful, maybe especially to children.
Well, and that you need to clearly define and convey the rules. So no secret cross-check programs
right.
where certain speakers get extra amplification.
And that's important because it's also not just who you're pushing, but it's also promoting. Google in particular is really about self-promoting. They will push their own products. Well, if they have a competition, we know this in Google Shopping, the old Google Shopping case. They took the other shopping case websites and they pushed them not just down to the bottom of the page, to the next page or the third page, so that they had prime spots while their major competitors were pushed off the page. That's the big problem.
And that, of course, further consolidates their power. How convenient.
Yes.
But, one of the things that so as a freedom of expression advocate and journalist for the past 20 years, I found it odd to be on the opposite side of a lot of people that I respect and have worked with for a long time on these issues. But, I think, Marianne, you have written about what you call the cult of the Constitution. You're a professor now at GW. law school, and you've talked about the cult of the Constitution, especially with respect to the First Amendment, which I think many people and big tech claim makes it impossible to impose such rules or fix speech and information flows on tech platforms, despite the fact that, again, like on cable, we made it a common carrier. They're required to carry local media, for example. So, you've also written in your book, you pointed out that online intermediaries get to have it both ways. They are granted immunity from other people's speech under Section 230, but they enjoy the rights to other people's speech under the First Amendment. So how should we reconceive the scope and nature and definition of constitutional rights to avoid protecting the most powerful at the expense of the rest of us?
Thanks. And this is the distinction between those two things you just mentioned, the immunity on the one hand and the kind of entitlement in the sense of the First Amendment on the other, I do think is maybe what puts me a bit apart from the other panelists. That what I think that the real problem has been to lead us to this moment where I agree that we have all these incredibly harmful effects of this domination by a small number of companies is in part because of a misunderstanding and an idealization of the First Amendment. And I want to be very clear about what I mean by that, that for 20, 30 years or so, the tech industry has been saying when people have criticized harmful content, they've said, we don't want to take harmful content down because that would be censorship. We don't want to do anything about non-consensual pornography, which is the issue that my organization, the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, is focused on. We don't want to do anything about harassment. And the reason that they said that they didn't want to do that and the kind of legitimacy they gave themselves and the reputational benefit they gave themselves was to say, we are here for your free speech. We are here to emulate the First Amendment. That was always wrong because, of course, they're not obligated under the First Amendment to say we can't take anything down. When the First Amendment, what the First Amendment actually does, of course, is it sets up one rule for the government and another rule for everyone else. The government is not supposed to take things down. The government is not supposed to discriminate on the basis of viewpoint. It can in some cases, but it is generally not supposed to because the government has a lot of power, and it's unique forms of power. It's not just like commercial power. It is the kind of power that we really need to be afraid of. Non-governmental actors, by contrast, should be taking things down. They should be able to dissociate from speech that they don't like at any way they want. And in fact, that is vitally important to what a non-government actor's right under the First Amendment really is. It's the right to say, I don't like your speech. It's the right to say, I'm going to ignore your speech. It's the right to say, we don't think there should be revenge porn all over our platforms. Let's take it down. And it's also the right to say we only want Republican content or Democratic content. As much as we might think that's a bad policy choice, or maybe we don't like any kind of social media platform that does that, they have that right under the First Amendment.
Unless they're designated as common carriers, right? And that's where I think this really interesting solution comes in. Because you have a lot of people arguing that they have the First Amendment rights, wouldn't then common carriage provide an opportunity to strike that balance?
And I'd say that's one of the reasons why I'm very skeptical of the common carrier argument, partly because we're not just talking about telephones and we're not talking about railroads. Whether we like it or not, the social media platforms are offering a different kind of service that is inherently expressive in a way that those kinds of things simply aren't. And so I think when, on the one hand, what we can say is it's just not the right model because they are doing something different. It is a kind of voluntary association, even if it's a very powerful one, but it's not the same thing as getting you from one place to another. The other thing I would say about this is that even when it comes to treating these kinds of entities as common carriers, I don't think it would do what a lot of people want it to do, which is to say, even if you're a hotel that says we can't discriminate on the basis of certain types of characteristics, and that's good, right? Keep in mind first that those characteristics are not things that relate to your opinions about the world. They're characteristics like your race, right? If we want to say, well, Facebook can't discriminate on the basis of race, that's probably fine and good, right? But the hotel can still eject someone that comes into their lobby and starts screaming racial slurs. And they ought to be able to do that. They ought to be able to have policies and procedures that say, we're not going to let you be here if you stand in our lobby and use our services and do something terrible. And so I still think on the one hand, for instance, what Florida and Texas is trying to do, what they're really aiming at is they're trying to say, hotels, you have to let those people stay. And that, I think, would be a very bad practice.
So I think we would disagree, and I saw, Zephyr, that you definitely want to get in on this point. And I think that, one of the problems is there is this misconception of common carriage and how we can apply that and how we have applied that to information communications systems as they have developed. And so Zephyr and Tara, do you want to jump in on this?
Well, it's useful because we have three different views, actually. It's even though Tara and I don't disagree, we're representing three different views. One is don't use common carriage. The other is do use common carriage. I'd say you don't even need common carriage. There is a long history of broadly non-discrimination laws which are absolutely essential to common carriage regimes like phone service regimes, but also exist outside of that in a whole array of areas. And what I am most concerned about, and I do want to move on from net choice because there are some real solutions, but this is related, is that we are for the first time in the last 5 years starting to see at the state level, at the federal level, real action to take on the real human harms and the democratic harms of big tech platforms and of algorithmic AI, maybe even of generative AI. And at this precise moment where you want creative local energy, not creative local energy that's trying to quash particular viewpoints, but creative policy energy, what the big tech companies want to do is say, stop, we've got a First Amendment, don't even be creative, don't think about solutions. And that they're trying to basically put the kibosh way too early on, I don't think they ever should, but way too early on the ability of legislatures to do what they have been doing, as Tara was saying, in all these other circumstances. So there is a real difference of view. So can I talk about what we were doing in New York, for instance?
I wanted to hear about, because you're looking at algorithmic curation.
Yes. So I spent some time working at the New York Attorney General's office. I'm no longer there, so if it says on your program that I am, I speak wholly for myself. I'm back teaching at Fordham, but while there, I worked on a bill that just passed last week that prohibits, for under 18-year-olds, prohibits platforms from using personal information to deliver content. So the children who never search for suicide content but get barraged with suicide videos, that stops. Using your most precious information, how long you hover over a video, how you feel about your friends, your tone of voice, your keystrokes, to determine what TikTok or Instagram, that stops. So it's a consumer protection law. I mean, as somebody who comes from anti-monopoly, I'd say it's also a non-discrimination law because it's saying you can't treat different counterparties differently. But we got it through. We got it through with the unanimous support in one house and all but one vote against in the other with the support of the governor. All that the big tech companies were saying was First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. And they were basically saying, why try to pass a law when it's going to get struck down anyway? So they're actively trying to chill our imagination at a critical time where it's important to build that imagination. By the way, once this law goes into effect, I want to use that service because I want my agency back. I want to choose my own news as opposed to have it forced down by whatever Zuckerberg wants me to be reading.
And of course, this attempt to manipulate the democratic legislative process we're seeing around the world. Tara alluded to what's happening in Canada and Australia and California, and we'll be talking about that on a panel later this afternoon. But in terms of addressing this problem of algorithmic curation, of secret rules that change, whenever something comes to light, all of these multifarious accidents that keep happening, including, genocide in Myanmar and other really terrible harassment, et cetera. I mean, how can we, if you could have one policy implemented tomorrow, what would that be to address this particular issue? I'm going to start with you, Marianne, because I know you've worked on a lot of legislation.
Yes, and the one that, if I just had to pick one, it would be to reform Section 230C1. And I do want to make it really clear that I'm talking about C1 and not C2 for exactly the reasons that we discussed before, which is, for those of you who don't know, Section 230 provides immunity from both civil and criminal liability, really sweeping immunity, according to C2 of Section 230, if you're trying to do something to limit content. Let's say that you have decided that you're going to put in filters or you're going to try to have policies that take down certain types of harmful content. C1, by contrast, and in a way that I think does not make any sense, has been interpreted to say you get the same kind of immunity and you get all of those protections if you do nothing about harmful content. And it even says, it has been interpreted by the courts, essentially to say even if you're monetizing that content, even if you're promoting it, even if you're pushing it on people, you still get to not be sued. That, I think, is just a very grave and serious problem that we have to address. And so my targeted reforms for C1 would be to say, first of all, limit what we're talking about here to speech as opposed to the word information, which is what is currently used in C1. That's way too broad to apply to any number of activities that take place online. But the second one would be to say you do not get immunity for things that you yourself as a platform, as a service, are benefiting from, are pushing out to the audience. And so I would take away that immunity. I think that would do a lot to help the situation that we're in.
Zephyr, what about you? I mean, it's great to protect kids, but like, what about the rest of us?
Okay, I've got 3.
All right.
But I do think this is like climate change, so we shouldn't look at it like the one thing. It is actual activity, and constantly, the state experiments really do matter. So one is reforming 230. These are old common law ideas. Talk about 500 years old. If you sweep the sidewalk in front of your restaurant and somebody slips and falls, you're liable. When you take an active action, sort of the voluntary action principle in tort law, when you take an active action and are no longer a neutral platform, you're liable. So basically, when something is algorithmically promoted, liability. 2, divestiture, and blocking new acquisitions, because this concentration of power is a huge problem. And 3, non-discrimination laws, including like the JCPA that's being pushed federally to make sure that big platforms or COA cannot discriminate between different news organizations based on their viewpoint. But I think there's also more opportunities around non-discrimination. But those are 3 immediate things we can do right now.
Yeah, that would be great. And of course, there is the court case, the Google ad tech trial that we'll hear about in September, and actually will be in the courtroom covering that and specifically what it means for publishers as well as for the broader tech industry. You mentioned JCPA. For the audience, that's the Journalist Competition and Preservation Act. And, the issue around non-discrimination, right? We have seen retaliation against both individual reporters, against individual news outlets, and against then the entire sector of journalism at various points by these companies. So Tara, what about from your perspective?
So I agree with everything that was said. I think it's essential that we need to reform Section 230. But I'm a former state antitrust enforcer. So just give you perspective where I'm coming from. So I am very sensitive to anything that will take away the state's rights or the state's police powers. It is essential that the states have the ability, because they're closer to the ground. When I was an enforcer, people would come in and they would actually sit with me and they would complain. They'd tell me their stories. And, it's heartbreaking when you can't do anything to help them. We have to make sure that those that are close to the ground, who know what's going on, can help. And so the state experiments are essential, and that's why we really filed this brief in NetChoice. It was really about the police powers. It was about taking away the state's rights to police the harms that are happening in their own state. So the New York case is fantastic. This is a state who saw a problem, and they're trying to fix it. California is doing the same thing. They have their own laws that they're trying to fix. I did a lot of privacy. Utah passed a privacy bill. So when we find problems, if the feds can't pass anything, states can. So that's why the NetChoice is really important, just to go back to that, is because it's really about the police powers and the state's ability to continue to protect their citizens.
Protecting citizens. I mean, that is what our government is supposed to be about at a very basic level, and it certainly seems that they are failing as they have allowed these companies to grow bigger and more powerful and intermediate our information ecosystem, especially in the year of elections, as this is being called. So with that, I would like to thank you for an interesting and robust discussion. Obviously, there is no one silver bullet, and we've seen that our policy options are also linked up with how the judiciary is going to decide some of these concepts. I'm grateful to have people like you putting in briefs to help the Supreme Court shape how it thinks about these issues. And I guess we'll all be waiting with bated breath to see what happens tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Court.
So now I have the pleasure to introduce a colleague from The Guardian. Blake Montgomery is the technology editor of The Guardian US and a journalist who has covered the tech industry for much of his career, and he will be moderating a fireside chat with FCC Chair Jessica Rosenworcel. Blake, are you in here? Hi.
Hello. Hi. If everyone could give a welcome to the chairwoman of the FCC. And today's event is about misinformation, so I'm curious to start off if you've ever fallen for a piece of misinformation. I thought Noam Chomsky was dead last week. He's not.
Yeah, I can't confirm or deny that.
Fair enough. So I am very curious. You've made a lot of announcements in recent months about the dangers of AI-generated misinformation, especially in the wake of the infamous Biden robocall. So I'm curious what you think the most important thing that the public should know about the dangers of that type of misinformation is.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you to Open Markets for having me here today. It's my first time at one of your events, so I'm really pleased to be here. And I appreciate that you started with that. It was back in February that a whole bunch of people in New Hampshire got a phone call from the president.
Or did they?
Or someone who sounded like the president, passing along information about where to vote and when that was totally inaccurate just in advance of the state primary. So when we learned this, we kicked into gear pretty fast at the Federal Communications Commission. On a bipartisan basis, my colleagues and I issued a declaratory ruling that pre-recorded artificial voices using AI cloning technology violate the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. And then we partnered with the Attorney General of New Hampshire to figure out where that call came from and who carried the traffic. And as a result, within about 2 weeks, we had identified the individual, we identified the carrier responsible, we find them, we shut them down, and our colleagues in New Hampshire use their state criminal authorities to start prosecution. So we had an early, clear signal, a shot across the bow that we had, saying, you do this, we'll find you. Now, the challenge, of course, is that this technology is cheap and easy, and we should expect that it shows up again in the future. But we wanted to use the tools we have at the Federal Communications Commission to set up some early signs that this is problematic and it violates the law. Because we know that kind of false information about where to vote and false information about when to vote is really destructive to our democracy.
In what role, you mentioned you got in touch with the carrier that was involved. What role do you see telecommunications companies playing in the prevention of the spread of that type of misinformation? I think more of Facebook and Google as playing an active role in policing misinformation more so than AT&T or Verizon.
So in this case, we had an individual responsible for putting these calls on the network and a carrier who took them without engaging in any of the call authentication that is required under our rules. So that's a sign that something shady's going on. And we decided to hold them to account. And they're now facing a $2 million fine as a result. And we told all other carriers in the United States to not carry their traffic. So the effort here is to say to carriers themselves that if you put this junk on the line, we're going to figure out where you did it, when you did it, and tell other carriers not to take it.
And you made an announcement this morning related to that, no?
Well, recognizing we're going to face more of this in the future, I thought it was incumbent on us to actually write all the major carriers in the country and say, we know you have a lot of practices that are underway to stop robocalls. We need more of them. We need updated laws, and we need new technologies. But why don't you tell us what you're doing? Because we want to look to make sure that carriers are all using the best practices that are available, the best technologies that are available, and be able to understand what a baseline looks like in the United States. I think that a lot of that work is going on behind closed doors, and I think it's an opportunity to speak about it a little more in public. I think we're going to need that.
Has there been any response yet? I know it was this, 2 hours ago?
Yeah, I think it was 2 hours ago, so I think we're still waiting on a response. But I'm convinced that we're going to have to spend more energy and effort tracking down AI voice cloning robocalls than we have in the past, because like I said before, this technology is cheap and easy, and the laws we have governing it are old and not fully built for the moment we're in.
What should change about the laws?
Oh, many things. First of all, the Telephone Consumer Protection Act is the primary law that governs robocalls. It's from 1991. In 1991, I had an AOL account, was very proud of it.
I was going to say, did they have robocalls in 1991?
Yeah, well, they had these phones that had jacks in the wall with these curly cords I have to explain to the young people in my office. It was a long time ago. So just imagine that Congress created that framework back in 1991, and it spoke to technology in 1991. So much has changed. Every single person here has a phone in their pocket or purse, and if they don't, you're probably not listening to me right now. You're wondering where you left it.
Or someone's taking a picture of us with an iPad.
Yeah. And so as a result, we're going to need some updates to that law. There's some deficiencies in there regarding how we can actually prosecute the bad actors responsible for robocalls, and also some technological adjustments, like with respect to the definition of auto dialer.
What, the definition of auto dialer?
All right, we're getting into the weeds. All right.
Well, speaking of changes to the law, something that I'm curious about is there's a growing, I would say, faction within telecommunications law, technology law, that believes that Google and Facebook should be classified as in the bucket of common carriers, so perhaps under the authority of the FCC. So
common carrier is well, we have a long history with common carriage, as everyone here knows, which is that you have an entity that offers services to the public and has to take all comers. It is a very important part of our legal and historical tradition. Our oversight of common carriers is really limited to communications providers, and those are defined as telecommunications carriers that offer communications from point A to point B for a fee to the public. So those are traditional infrastructure providers. But if you think about it, we've really used that authority over time to come up with some really profoundly important things that involve communications in the United States. Like, for instance, you can pick up the phone and you can call anyone, and your phone company can't cut you off and decide you shouldn't be calling that person at this time of day. They can't decide that they're going to edit the content of your conversation. You have a right to be able to call who you want when you want. And so something we recently did at the Federal Communications Commission is we expanded that concept to the broadband era and internet access, because we reinstated net neutrality, which basically says you should be able to go online, go where you want without your broadband provider shutting off access to websites or particular content because they don't like it or don't have a commercial relationship with them. So those principles have long informed communications policy, and in our context, I think they're important and they're positive and good for consumers.
And so should Google and Facebook be considered the same?
I think that's good. It doesn't fit neatly in the Communications Act, so that's one of those things that I think Congress is going to have to think about. But it's a conversation that I think we should be having.
I'm sure that Google and Facebook would not love to be under the authority of a new federal agency. And as the election gets closer, I'm curious how your agency is going to be navigating the transition to a potential Trump administration. It's not a secret that you and the president's predecessor have different ideas.
Yeah, not a secret. Well, one of the things that I've been thinking about lately with respect to artificial intelligence is its use in advertising, and particularly political advertising. Again, building on the tradition, precedent, and history at the Federal Communications Commission, we have, since the 1930s, required that political advertisements get recorded in files. Who bought it, what they paid for it, and when it ran. And so television stations and radio stations all have to keep those files. And it's a really important tool for transparency and public disclosure. So I have proposed to my colleagues that in addition to those things, we should contemplate having an indication about whether or not AI was used in the production of that political advertisement. It's building on a system that's been around for decades, and I think it's ultimately about transparency. You, the viewer, the listener, the voter, you get to decide, but I can say whether or not that technology has been used and create a public record disclosing that. So I've put that in front of my colleagues, and it's a proposal that I'd like to see us get some public comment on so we can move forward.
Do you find that the dangers of AI, we've seen some kind of misinformation target the Olympics, for example, and I'm curious if you see the dangers of AI-generated misinformation to be more coming from the domestic sphere or the foreign sphere?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like we're going to have to leave that one for the researchers. But I think it is important at a minimum that we develop a baseline for transparency. Say when you use it. That's the proposal we've got going forward, and I think that's going to be where we start.
And making it incumbent on the advertiser themselves in the case of the political ads.
That's historically been exactly how we've done it. So this is building on a system that has been around. And by the way, it applies to federal elections, state elections, local elections, and issue campaigns.
Are any of the AI detectors good enough to pass muster for if your agency was undertaking an investigation into whether AI was used? Are any of the detectors good enough?
Well, the legal issue would be whether or not they disclosed it. And so, so I think first things first, it would be an issue of disclosure and compliance with the public file requirements at the FCC. I think what you're describing is down the road, and I got some confidence that we're going to have to use some technology down the road to understand these things all across the economy, and it's not just an issue for the FCC.
Is the FCC using generative AI in any of its own operations?
Well, one of the ways that we're looking at artificial intelligence right now that I'm actually quite excited about is with dynamic access to spectrum and airwaves. Most of us never really think about how our phones work, but I think about it all the time. I think about which bands are, making it possible for us to get internet access in our pockets, and how to make sure that that activity doesn't interfere with television broadcasting and your garage door opener. Making that system work well is really important. But the allocation systems that we as the government have had over time for this aren't super precise. We allocate some airwaves for some purposes, some for others. Some are used all the time, some are used only occasionally. It feels to me that there's an opportunity to take the airwaves that we think of scarce and make them more dynamically available. So if one system's not using airwaves, maybe they could be used for another purpose. And those dynamic spectrum access systems are possible today. We've got to get much more creative about using them. And I think artificial intelligence and machine learning, which can develop pattern recognition at extraordinary scale, could be an incredible tool for that. And I've done some work with the National Science Foundation to try to bring forward this idea. In a world where we always talk about artificial intelligence and we sort of cue the hand-wringing, this is actually a positive idea. And I think it's one of those areas that we should be investing in the United States, because I think we could really lead when it comes to this technology.
Could be very exciting. Do you have a favorite spectrum, part of the broadband spectrum?
I do. Oh my God, I appreciate the nerd opportunities here. We created a hierarchy of spectrum rights in the 3.5 gigahertz band that is really world-changing.
How thrilling.
And it is. Well, it's an example of what I was talking about, right? We used to allocate that just to the Defense Department, and the Navy used it for radars on the coasts. Oh, there's a lot of territory in the middle of the United States that might be able to use that band. And they only use it occasionally on ships. So we created a secondary right for wireless companies to purchase those licenses. And then to the extent the wireless companies weren't using it, we created a tertiary right to make sure that anyone could use it for free for Wi-Fi. It's a system where you create abundance out of airwaves that have historically been thought of being scarce, that I think is really creative. And we've led the charge on that in the United States and at the Federal Communications Commission, and I'm proud of it, which is why it's my favorite. You didn't see that coming, did you?
No, honestly, it was sort of a joke, but that's a really interesting answer. I mean, speaking of airwaves, I'm curious, the FCC, actually one of your staff described the FCC as the DMV for satellites, which is a great descriptor, I have to say.
I am going to go back to my office and figure out who said that.
Oh, I can't tell you. I can't reveal my sources.
Because when I waited for a license at the DMV, it took an awful long time. So,
yeah, it's not, I think he said it was
all right.
not
Some limits
favorable.
to that analogy.
Yeah. But I am curious, I mean, your agency is the one that has purview over Starlink, which is this growing enormous power kind of under the direction of one of tech's most erratic billionaires. And I'm curious if there's anything more that you want to do to regulate that power or let it keep expanding.
So one of the challenges with terrestrial networks are there are some places where it's really costly to build them.
The Amazon rainforest.
Yeah, or parts of our national parks. And yet it would be safer if we had those communications available to everyone, no matter where they go and what they do. It would be safer in a world with climate change where we had a backup in our skies when terrestrial networks burn down or are affected by weather events or disaster. So what we really want to do over time is integrate the wireless terrestrial networks we have with the phones in our pockets with those that are in our skies, and figure out how to have a single network future that combines all of these services so that they're always functional. It'll be revelatory, not just here in the United States, but for the 2.6 billion people worldwide who don't have access to the internet today. But if we're going to do this effectively, we're going to need more competition in our skies, and particularly in low Earth orbit. We are leading the world with low Earth orbit satellites. But I think we can be more creative and more active if we ensure that there are other constellations that are sharing this opportunity.
Other constellations is a great way to phrase it. And yesterday there was a ruling out of the Supreme Court. I know your agency doesn't regulate content, but I am curious what your take of whether you believe the Supreme Court was right in saying that there was no standing for the plaintiff in the Margrethe v. Missouri case about misinformation.
Yeah, like you said, it's not something that intersects with the work of the FCC, and I dutifully looked it up, saw it was 68 pages, and decided I'm going to take a beat and read it this weekend. That being said,
some light beach reading.
In my world, it does. Anyway, but as I understood, it was dismissed on standing grounds, and that they were seeking a really sweeping injunction. Ultimately, there needs to be the possibility for communication back and forth about issues that affect the safety and security of the American people. So this ruling seems on point to me.
And what do you make of there's another SCOTUS case coming down, Net Choice v. Paxton. I'm curious where you fall on which side of the Texas law. Oh,
you see, the way the calendar works, I think we're going to get that decision out tomorrow.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, a pity every Supreme Court reporter. You're going to be busy tomorrow. In any event, I think I'm going to hold my powder until I actually read what the court comes up with that. It's complicated, and it's complicated trying to simultaneously understand Section 230, where there are neutral vessels for content, and this set of cases where they are prioritizing their ability to moderate and editorialize by making choices about content. So you can see the evolving state of these technology platforms in our law, and it is changing in real time.
We will see. And speaking of kind of similar laws, there's one coming down in California that just is passing in the legislature, the California Journalism Act, that may make it so that social media companies would pay for carriage of news. I'm curious, do you think that is a way to solve the struggles of local journalism and its funding? Is it we might end up like Canada and Australia where they don't carry news at all? Curious what your opinion would be on that.
So I think the important thing to recognize is that journalism is the only private sector activity that is called out in our Constitution. We all need the kind of facts that journalism develops to make decisions about our lives, our communities, and our country. It's that important. And if you look back even at the founding of the Republic, we have made policy choices to try to support local journalism. For instance, it's long been the case that postal rates for periodicals are less than they are for other kinds of mail. I know that there's other laws that have been proposed here in Washington, like the Local Journalism Sustainability Act, that would change the tax code with respect to the hiring of journalists and the ordering of local papers by consumers. I know at the FCC, one of the things that we've done is we have proposed changes to station licensing. So many people in the United States get their local news now from television and radio. So what I did was propose that if you have the capacity for local origination at a television or radio station, we'll give you first-in-class opportunities for license renewal. So you've got the capability to produce local content. We're going to make sure that you can speed through that process, go to the head of the line. That's a model that's based off a law called the Children's Television Act, and I think it all passes constitutional muster. But it's a demonstration of how we can make choices that help support journalism, because we really need it for a functioning democracy.
I would agree. I would also like to keep my job. And also, speaking of broadcasters and bringing it back to something we talked about at the beginning, are you reaching out to broadcasters about AI, about the dangers of and what they'll have to do if there are AI ads marked with made with AI, or will they have to do anything?
I think we're still in early days. What I've done is propose that we take this system we've long had for political ads and just make sure that there is an indication about whether or not AI was used in the advertisement. It's very simple. It passes First Amendment muster, and it allows the viewer to make decisions about the content. You don't want the government making those decisions about the content. You want to leave that in the hands of the viewer and the citizen. And so I think what we've proposed with political advertisements is consistent with that. And I hope it's a baseline that we can get out there, because I think as citizens we should expect that people disclose when this technology is used.
And is your agency in touch with any of the kind of big AI companies? What is your interface with those? Your Microsofts, OpenAIs, Anthropics?
To some extent, some of it's limited. A lot of it has been in the context of those spectrum policy issues that I've described, which is really a discrete use case for this technology. I think that across the board, though, since the executive order from the president, there's just been a lot of back and forth in different parts of the government, and I know that we've been part of some of those conversations, but not all of them.
No, I imagine it's not kind of the most immediate thing that the AI companies have to deal with yet. But I am kind of running out of questions. You've answered all of them quite quickly. But I am curious, like, have you used AI yourself? Do you use it often, or?
You know, I think one of the things I always tell people in my office is every new technology, consider putting it on your phone or using it. Don't be someone who works in this field in any capacity without being someone who tries it. I think that your personal experiences can help inform what you think about these technologies, and you shouldn't only talk about them as an academic or in the abstract. You should engage and use them. So I try to be an early adopter with a lot of them, and am constantly tooling around and exploring. Sometimes you find it's a lot easier to ask a quick question with the AI systems, and sometimes you also find that if you want an answer, it builds it out of fraudulent and fake stuff. So I think we've got a lot of room for improvement with these models, but I just think that everyone should try to engage with them, understand what's happening, understand their strengths, their weaknesses, and if you're going to work in technology policy, try to be an early adopter yourself.
That's good advice. Do you see them as threats to democracy or creating grand ones? I guess we've talked about the misinformation component of it.
I do think that they create an endless group of legal questions that we're going to have to start taking a close look at about intent and responsibility that I don't think we have a full handle on. I think they create a lot of questions about how we're going to compensate those whose data and facts they take to inform these models. But I think it's also important that we start to identify these discrete use cases where it might be positive. And I think, like I mentioned with spectrum policy, that's a good example of one. And even when you come down with robocalls, part of me thinks the more that we can use autonomous systems to start identifying traffic patterns and find junk before it reaches you at home, that's a positive use case. We've actually started an inquiry on that too. And so I am not one of those people who thinks that we have to give in to doomerism on this at every juncture. I think we got to try identifying some places where we can make this technology work for us, and we got to be aggressive about doing that.
What's the object of the inquiry that you guys have started, or what do you hope to find?
Well, if you think about communications, it's just an endless stream of traffic over many pieces of communications networks. And a lot of that traffic flows with a certain amount of authentication. We know where it came from and who was responsible for it. But the more that we can automate systems to identify the traffic that fails those tests and identify where it came from, see patterns in it, the more we'll be able to stop junk calls from ever reaching you on the phone. You see some of that today with some authentications technologies like STIR/SHAKEN. That's the technology that's on the IP portion of our networks and leads to you occasionally getting a call that says spam risk on it.
Do you get those?
Of course I do. We all do. But
Yep.
but that's an early indication of the kind of technologies we might be able to use at much broader scale. And if we could do that, again, we'd be taking this new technology and trying to find ways to use it for good. And I feel people who are public-spirited and public-minded need to go wrestle with these technologies and try to identify those kind of use cases.
We're almost out of time, but what could the FCC be doing on spam calls to further prevent them? I mean, it's one of when I talk to our readers, that is one thing that they kind of continually bring up as a pain point with technology. They're not worried about Facebook moderation.
Absolutely. I think the primary challenge for us is the Telephone Consumer Protection Act is, like I said, from 1991, from the early AOL days. And I think we badly need an update in Congress to identify new tools and new ways to go after the bad actors who put this junk on the line. Because it's not just creating inconveniences, it's also often the start of fraud. And it has a destructive power when it comes to trust in the very communications networks we all have to rely on. So new laws, and I got lots of ideas about those, but and making sure that we should, on a bipartisan basis, make it a priority to stop this junk.
Got it. Well, thank you for joining us. I think we are out of time. But thank you so much for joining us, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
And I'm going to hand the mic back to Courtney.
I'll use this one. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you so much, Chair Rosenworcel and Blake, for a really interesting conversation that makes me think about the parallels between how we're so happy to have junk calls prevented, and yet we somehow have such a problem with thinking about how to regulate these very large online intermediaries to prevent some of the same sort of spam and disinformation. But I'd like to invite this second panel up. We're going to talk about AI and content. How can we stop the theft and save journalism? And we'll hear from Chris Argentieri, who's the president and COO of the LA Times, and Kai Falkenberg, general counsel for The Guardian US and a lecturer at Columbia Law School. So please take a seat. And as they're getting settled, we'll hear some remarks from Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut.
Hi, I'm Blumenthal, United States Senator for Connecticut. Really excited and grateful to be joining you for this very, very important conversation, and regret that I'm unable to be with you in person. But thank you to the Open Markets Institute and to The Guardian for bringing us together so that we can really think forward about how to deal with some of the challenges to journalism, particularly local journalism, democracy, free elections. One of the greatest threats is the disinformation and misinformation that can result from the use of artificial intelligence. And we've been grappling with this issue in the United States Senate, most especially on the Judiciary Committee. I head a subcommittee, Privacy, Tech, and the Law, that has been focusing through hearings on artificial intelligence. The threats, but also the great promise. Not just the perils, but also the tremendous benefits that we can achieve in this area of democracy and journalism. impersonation, deep fakes, voice cloning, tremendously scary and challenging. That's why I've been working on a bipartisan framework. It's the only comprehensive bipartisan framework for legislation with the ranking member of that subcommittee, Josh Hawley of Missouri. He's a Republican, I'm a Democrat. We need bipartisan cooperation to deal with the promise and the perils of artificial intelligence. And what we have in mind is a regimen similar to the one that applies to pharmaceutical drugs, where a new drug has to be evaluated with clinical trials and judged to be safe and effective before it is released to be sold on the market. Safe and effective. Well, we may not use that standard, and we may not need a new entity in the government, but the idea of oversight, licensing, and independent judgment about how to apply AI is analogous to what we've seen in the pharmaceutical drug area, in genetics, in atomic energy, and eventually it has to be international in scope. So we are working together on legislation. We invite your views to make sure that democracy and journalism, the free exchange of ideas, and accuracy, without misinformation, without voice cloning or deep fakes, becomes the norm. If there is a need to identify AI with watermarks digitally, should be done. And the idea of oversight and some regulatory framework is one that I think has to be done. It has to be done quickly, because AI is moving fast, as you well know, and it's already outpacing the democratic principles and leaders who have a responsibility to make sure that it is used wisely and well. Thank you for thinking about these issues and for giving me an opportunity to comment. Thank you.
And thank you to Senator Blumenthal for kind of kicking off this, what I consider one of the most important issues in AI, because it fundamentally links to mis and disinformation, the integrity of our information environment. And so, before we jump into the conversation, just to level set for the audience, is journalism is an essential source of data for all of the foundation models that underpin that are used to develop and train generative artificial intelligence systems, and to make generative search, content summarization, answer engines, etc., these consumer-facing applications relevant and timely. We have lots of stats. There's a report in the back. You can pick it up if you're interested. So big tech and other AI companies that aren't big yet, but nonetheless are getting billion-dollar valuations, are claiming the right for the unfettered use of news content without compensation, which is, of course, threatening the sustainability of trustworthy and quality journalism and the overall health of the information ecosystem, similar in the ways that social media appended the business models of journalism. We're seeing that, I think, replicated and even more dangerous in this new evolution. And so, as we've seen, AI summaries are integrated into search engines, online publishers, and we'll hear more from you about experiencing a decline in referral traffic, while the revenues, of course, of the dominant AI companies that depend on these inputs are starting to grow. So as we discuss how we can stop the theft of journalism by tech and AI platforms, and why this is critical to democracy, and what types of public policies we need to survive, Chris, let me start with you. We understand the LA Times has not yet made a deal. It also has not yet sued any of the big tech or AI firms like Perplexity, which have developed multi-billion-dollar companies, valuations by scraping data from publisher websites and even from behind paywalls. Meanwhile, quality journalistic outlets like your own have had to lay off hundreds of employees in historic job cuts. Should we be thinking about this as theft? Is it theft?
For sure. Yeah. I don't think there'd be another example. If you, an organization that develops content, in our case, spends a significant amount of money, invests resources, both human and economic, to try to report the news the right way with the right amount of rigor. It's extremely costly. Our intention is to build an audience and monetize that audience. For another organization to be able to steal it and use it to do the same thing, build an audience, monetize it through really the same channels, advertising the same, but also our version of selling subscriptions, which we sell for cash. Their currency is data that they harvest from, citizens around the world. So for another organization to take a product that's been developed and monetize it to a extreme degree without any compensation for the originator, I'm not sure that goes on in any other industry. I'm pretty sure that Pfizer can't have a drug stolen from them by Merck, go sell it to do the same thing, and there's no recourse.
Yeah, it seems to me when kind of smaller, less powerful, or poorer actors take something that is not theirs, it's called theft. But when large, powerful corporations like big tech do it, it's called innovation. So, Kai, how, The Guardian also has not pursued litigation or licensing. We know there's, legislation. There are kind of three prongs that we need to address this information crisis, so litigation, licensing, and legislation. From your perspective, how are you thinking about prioritizing those? Are you thinking, for The Guardian, are you guys going to sue? Are you going to license? Are you, trying to get any specific legislation passed?
We're focused on all three of those fronts, all three L's, as you put it. On the litigation front, we're following very closely the lawsuits that have been filed, not just by the news publishing industry, but the others filed by Getty and the other image rights holders, as well as the music industry, including the lawsuit that was just filed earlier this week, and all of the various claims that are involved, in particular in the news publishing lawsuits brought by the Times, brought by the Intercept and the Alden papers, including the Daily News, on the copyright infringement and the arguable fair use defense asserted by OpenAI and Microsoft, but the other tangential claims as well, including claims like trademark dilution that arise from hallucination and inaccurate, misinformation that's being outputted by the models. So we're tracking that, and the other claims like the removal of copyright management information, which is the claim at issue in the case brought by the Intercept. And we're very mindful of all of the evidence of regurgitation and memorization that were included as exhibits in those litigations, as evidence that the outputs were substantially similar and therefore arguably infringing. So very interested in those cases. There are also claims that have been brought in the UK on copyright infringement and claims that are being considered in the EU as well. So we're focused on all of those efforts and the viability of those claims. On the legislation front, interested in Senator Blumenthal's thoughts and his efforts to pursue bipartisan initiatives on comprehensive AI regulation. We've been hearing about potential bills that would directly relate to claims that news publishers could bring on the unauthorized use and scraping of our content. So we're very pleased to hear that there are efforts afoot to bring those claims. We're also interested in potential causes of action that essentially would resuscitate what had been called the hot news claim. So basically free riding on our content and investment in our content, which is what Chris talked about. So we're interested in seeing those legislative efforts gain momentum. On the licensing front, similar to, I'm sure, the LA Times, we've expressed our concerns to the various companies that are stealing our content very strenuously, and have let them know that we are prepared to pursue legal action if it comes to that. But we're also open to discussions around compensation. And if we are fairly compensated, that's something that we might be willing to consider.
I think, one of the things to consider is some of the legislation that's already in place or under consideration. So what Australia passed, the News Media Bargaining Code, Canada's Online News Act, the proposed legislation at the federal and state level in California, where these news media bargaining codes that could be read to include the scraping and crawling of web content and therefore require negotiation with publishers for the right to that content. But how are you able to figure out your negotiating position and how much value you have, how to even have those negotiations when you don't have information either about the deals that are being made? I mean, there's very little public information. I think what we've been able to glean is like most of the OpenAI deals seem to be about $1 to $5 million. There are some very big deals with News Corp and AP. But how are you thinking about what information you need to establish value, and do you think that's sufficient? And is that going to enable you to have a business model that will sustain the act of journalism? And maybe, Chris, I'll go to you with that first, since you're involved in the California situation.
Yeah, I think the legislation is important in that there is a mechanism, I think, to be used to value content that is driven off of the revenue that these platforms generate. So whether it's the JCPA federally or the bill in California, that's a little more clear. When it comes to the use of our content or anybody's in these large language models, that's very difficult to do because there isn't a market established for that.
There isn't a market established for what? For licensing?
Well, there's a belief amongst these providers that they have the ability to steal the content to train models by arguing fair use.
But one of the pillars of fair use is that there is a market, and we're seeing companies creating,
they're establishing a market.
They're establishing market, and their licensing. Isn't that proof of a market?
Yeah, I think if these agreements were public, you would see that what the compensation for is, I'm sure the technology companies are being released from their use of the content for training. I highly doubt that the compensation is pointed specifically towards training, because with litigation going on, they're not going to admit that they need the content to train. The argument is these models are built on the relationship of words. No single source of words is enough to mean anything. My counter to that is, but you got to have something. So, they can split us all up, carve us all up, and nobody's important. No individual entity is important. To me, the better solution that would provide an ability to negotiate is copyright law, and the idea that, this is not transformative use. This is, they're building a product with our content that replaces ours, not transformative use. It is also not fair use. We have the ability as a democracy to pass a law, just like copyright law lists some presumptive uses. I don't know the right legal or grammatical term, but it's within the power of the United States government to create a law to list what is non-presumptive use, or that you can't do this. It's clear you can't. Logical people would agree, but going through the courts when you're armed with the best attorneys money can buy, and reams of them, and multiple firms, there's very few organizations that have a realistic chance to pursue this through the courts against enterprises like Google. They're as well funded as they are, and there's also been tremendous amount of bad precedent over the years that we continue to go back and point to. A Perfect 10 magazine case that says you can use images, our photos that we have paid for to generate, that we own, no question about it. And because they're in a thumbnail, which they're not even in a thumbnail anymore on Google, that is somehow transformative. There's no reason to click on those photos to leave their platform, yet that is still used as precedent to further dilute copyright law.
Well, I guess we'll just have to hope that the Supreme Court overturns some more precedent as they have with some of our other fundamental rights. But let's not go there today.
Can I just speak to evaluation for a second?
Please.
So first of all, we know that they need our high quality content, and we know that they need it for current information, right? Because the models are trained on information that's not current, and to do the retrieval augmented generation that is responsive to news queries, they need high quality, accurate, credible journalism to provide that. So we know that there's inherent value. And I've been on a number of calls in the last 10 days on, how do you come up with the valuation? And there's sort of a contrast between the pending copyright infringement cases and these deals, right? So these deals, and people are, who are involved in negotiating, are getting information as what the numbers might be, and the components of the deals, and what they include, the archives, and so on and so forth. But what we know is they're not at the magnitude of what the litigation damages will be. So for copyright infringement, statutory damages are $30,000 to $150,000 per infringed work, depending on the level of willfulness in the infringement. Now you have the New York Times that just amended its complaint to add 7 million more works, right? So I think like the 10 million they had before. If you multiply that out, you're in the billions of dollars. These deals are not at that level. And yet, as you said, they are creating the market. So to the extent that you're not going to get statutory damages and it's going to be based on actual damages, an expert's going to look at this market, which is highly problematic.
And you mentioned retrieval augmented generation, and just to level set here so we're all, able to follow the conversation, basically the model training, those models are static. So to make it useful for a search engine or an answer engine, you use this retrieval augmented generation to get more timely, relevant results. And so they're basically scraping all of this data. Some of you might have read about the Perplexity AI kerfuffle where Perplexity AI doesn't create any content. They don't have any content, yet somehow they're able to provide all of this information. You mentioned regurgitation earlier, Chris. We might call it plagiarism. But as the other thing that we know about these artificial intelligence systems is that without human-created, high-quality content, the systems that are, if they're trained on synthetic content, other AI-generated content, they will degrade and collapse over time, which means that they really need access for training as well as to make their applications more relevant. And so, despite this parasitic relationship, AI companies, of course, have dismissed several copyright lawsuits as irrelevant and claim that the data extraction, as you said, is fair use. They've warned that data licensing would stall technological progress, even as they've inked deals with several, large media organizations. So this raises a couple of issues. One is progress towards what, right? We've seen search degrade, Facebook is full of zombie bots, et cetera. Again, in a fundamental year of elections. And what about all of the other publishers who are not as fortunate to have excellent legal counsel like yourself, who don't have, a team of lawyers, the millions of publications around the world that are the long tail, the local news? What happens to the news ecosystem, and what sort of policies do you think we can put in place to make sure that it's not just the biggest news companies that make the deal with the biggest tech companies?
Well, the industry's in its final stages of extinction, we continue I don't think the industry does as much anymore, but I think we've done a poor job over the history of the news business, particularly newspapers, or what were known as newspapers, explaining the difference between what we do and what's done on television, certainly what's done on cable news. We anger a lot of people all the time, but there is real rigor and cost that goes into the reporting. We endeavor to be right. We spend millions of dollars of doing it, and it is going away and close to gone. There is no guaranteed future much longer for the Los Angeles Times. We burn a tremendous amount of cash running the business. We lose newspapers every day, thousands. There's news deserts all over the country. And this isn't hyperbole. There's math that would show the importance of these organizations. And they're mostly gone. Many are a shadow of themselves. We're fortunate to have ownership that has given us longer runway than most, but we have to solve this business model issue, and part of it comes with recognition of how important it is. It goes beyond the people that work at the companies, it goes beyond the brands, and goes all the way with the proliferation of this AI technology to national security. I mean, we have now, if you're going to diminish the news the way Facebook has, that is going to emphasize foreign actors who we know for sure are spreading disinformation. We know for sure, if you do read the news, that's having a corrosive impact on the country. So we need to recognize as citizens the importance of these businesses, whether you like us or not, and whoever the us are, and regardless of ideology and those things, it's in the Constitution for a reason, and something needs to be done about it. And it's not just, I appreciate Senator Blumenthal, we've had a bill, I shouldn't say we don't really lobby, but there's been a bill in the United States Congress to compensate news organizations for the content that is stolen by the large digital platforms. It has a remarkable amount of bipartisan support. It has been sponsored by Senator Kennedy in Louisiana, Senator Klobuchar, I believe Senator Graham, McConnell, Schumer, and on down the list in the House from all kinds of different bedfellows, and it's gotten very close, but it's yet to pass. Maybe because nothing is passing. We have to get compensated. There has to be a recognition. There is some law that needs to change as well, and it's just not. And further to that is we are held to a remarkably high standard. You have Google's AI returning to a certain prompt that a young, I believe, American, I don't know, chess champion who was accused of cheating, that I believe that has been adjudicated through the courts. Not only did they say he cheated, but the technology said that he admitted to cheating. We would be immediately sued. We are under constant threat. We have litigation all the time because we anger people for trying to tell the truth. For that one, we would be held liable. No question about it. Yet, once again, we move on with technology platforms being able to do what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lens that we see this through is these AI companies want to not have to pay for the raw materials to create their product, and then they also don't want to disclaim liability for the outputs of their product. And yet, we spend a tremendous amount investing in our journalism, and in particular our investigative journalism, which is the most expensive kind and yet can be the most impactful. And then they just want to, take it and then get it wrong, right? And disclaim any liability. We've seen this before in terms of the arguments that it would tank the industry if we were liable, and it would set back innovation in the industry. And it's sort of it reminds me of what happened prior to the passage of Section 230, which is the law that provides a safe harbor to platforms for the content that they publish on their platforms, right? There was a concern that there would be a tsunami of lawsuits, and as a result, they got this immunity, and there was a lack of regulation here in the U.S., which was not followed outside of the U.S., and led to a lot of the challenges that we found with the platforms going unchecked. And so I think this is a moment where we need to be a little more rigorous in responding to those arguments that this is going to set back the industry and crush them with litigation. I think there are a lot of industries that would love to operate with no liability, right? I mean, if we had that in the pharmaceuticals industry, if we had that with driverless cars, where would we be? Why should this be treated any different?
And there does seem to be this really interesting and rare bipartisan support on the journalism bill you mentioned. Also at the AI and journalism hearing earlier this year, like very strange bedfellows, but everyone looking at the use of journalism and saying like that's not fair use. It can't possibly be. And AI, generative AI services, applications do not have Section 230 immunity, and privately companies saying like, yeah, of course, but as soon as they try to like just clarify that, rallying their lobbying efforts against that. But, in the few minutes we have left, I want to go back to the issue of like what happens. I mean, the survival of journalism is not just about the survival of journalism and democracy, also about these companies themselves. I mean, they do depend on journalism as a key input, a key extractive resource that they're using for their models. Yet we're seeing a survey of like 1,100 news publishers found that at least 70% of them are blocking AI crawlers. NewsGuard just did a study that showed that the top 10 generative AI models mimic Russian disinformation claims and cite fake news sites as authoritative sources. And of course, we all know that, Google's Gemini search engine, like in its attempt to address bias, returns pictures of like Black Nazis, right? So there's so many issues. How can we force the companies that rely on our information, our data, and I hate the word content because people literally pay with their lives and their liberty to bring news and to uncover news. It's not just a set of facts that sit out there for anyone to pick up. How do we force these companies? What do policymakers, if you could have one thing, what would you have policymakers do tomorrow to force these companies to fairly compensate and ensure a sustainable business model?
Huge liability.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's, the litigation and the results of litigation, if there are billions of dollars in damages, if the legislation would account for that, that would change behavior.
Yeah, and we don't really have time to wait for the law to, the legal system. It's going to take several years. Meanwhile, the industry, as you said, Chris, is facing an extinction situation. Chris, what would you like to see?
Well, I think there's a couple simple things, one of which is actionable, the JCPA that has gotten close to pass that would compensate for the use of our information that we've created should be passed. Passing it in California, and I would point federal legislators to California. I mean, for California legislators to be getting very close to passing very similar legislation when these companies are based in California and employ a tremendous amount of voters shows the courage necessary to get this done. And we have bipartisan support, so that is one. I don't think it's unrealistic to strengthen copyright law, which would address, because I'm not an attorney, my experience in the news business has been just kind of a constant, copyright law, not going to really help, there's bad precedent, whatever it is, except when people pursue us for every now and then we've misused a photo, whatever it may be, somehow then copyright law is strong enough, but it's not when we try to enforce our own copyrights. And then the idea that these companies are not media companies and shouldn't follow the same and have the same risk of liability is preposterous. And I think, frankly, our industry may have contributed some to that over the years in that, we'd like to be absolved from liability over user-generated content. And I think we've missed the mark over a number of years that we publish or distribute so little user-generated content. I'm not sure what we were projecting. Not that we're the loudest of voice, but we weren't aggressive enough in the early days. And I don't have a solution but the companies that are reporting the news the right way, and the difference between the editorial board and opinion and news is something the public doesn't understand. We've done a poor job in 200 years explaining that. But just core reporting of the news, we have to find a way where that information in this ecosystem is preferenced. Because I think we've learned that, social media platforms pointing things just to people's interest does have a damaging impact. And we're not going to get the younger audiences back to our platforms organically. So I don't know how that's done, but laws exist to save ourselves. I don't like wearing a seatbelt. It wrinkles my suit. I wear a seatbelt because it's the law. There's all kinds of that. There has to be some way to do it, because the future without it is I think we're in the midst of living, is a pretty scary place.
Absolutely. And, Senator Blumenthal mentioned earlier, we have all of these licensing regimes for other sectors, safety requirements, licensing, and yet one of the most powerful and potentially dangerous sectors basically operates without any of those safeguards. Lots more to talk about. I think if you're listening to this and this is the first time you're thinking about this, I invite you to go to our website. We have a whole page on AI in journalism. You can delve into this. This is certainly not the end of a conversation. It's the beginning, but I'd like to thank our two panelists for an excellent discussion and invite the audience to join us for a 15-minute coffee break. We will be back online live streaming in 15 minutes, but in the meantime, go grab a coffee, check out the website, and we'll be back soon.
Hello, everybody. We're going to start up again. We actually, if you can take your seats, because we have a really important panel, and then after that we have AAG Kanter, who will be arriving in about 25 minutes. So I'm going to turn over this next panel, which is about sort of the structure and the resiliency and the lack of resiliency and what we might, and also the power of the cloud infrastructure on which we all depend, and some of the actions we might take to sort of improve this situation. And the person who's going to be handling this conversation for us is Karina Montoya, who is a star reporter. She was for a long time a journalist, and now we are incredibly lucky to have Karina at the Open Markets Institute. So, Karina, over to you.
Thank you, Barry. So right now we have John Pendleton. He's a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Justin Sherman. He's the founder and CEO of research and advisory firm Global Cyber Strategies and a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. Before we get started, we also have to get some time for remarks by Senator Klobuchar. Should be coming right up.
Hello to everyone gathered for today's discussion on addressing the information crisis to protect and strengthen our democracy. Thank you.
Everyone gathered for today's discussion on addressing the information crisis to protect and strengthen our democracy. Thank you to Open Markets Institute and The Guardian for hosting this important event. And I wish I could be there with all of you in person. You know how much I care about these issues. We are living at a time in our country where the fractures in our democracy and the rule of law are being laid bare, when political rhetoric has become more and more divisive, when disinformation is on the rise. More than ever, people need trusted news sources. That's why, like you, I'm working to preserve an independent, free press. Amid the rise of AI, this work could not be more critical. It's no secret that news outlets across the country are facing unprecedented challenges. We've lost 1/4 of our country's newspapers since 2005, and one study predicted that 1/3 will be gone by the end of this year. From 2008 to 2020, ad revenue for U.S. newspapers plummeted from over $37 billion to less than $9 billion. And during this time, 2 companies, Facebook and Google, worth over $3 trillion combined, became advertising titans. In April, just 1 month, Google reported more than $61 billion in quarterly advertising, just this April, up 13% from the same period the prior year. How are they doing it? Well, one big driver of their ad revenue is using news stories without fairly compensating journalists. This isn't just linking to stories. It's taking snippets directly from them, or more recently, using them for AI-generated summaries. While these platforms can expose larger audiences to some news outlets, that hasn't translated to increased revenue. And how much do these companies care about retaining this power over the news? Enough to block access to local news in California, and enough to hold entire countries hostage, as we saw happen with Facebook in Australia and Canada. So what does big tech's dominance mean? Less money for local news, fewer journalists to do in-depth, high-quality reporting, and more exposure to misinformation, and fewer reliable sources. That combination is a crisis for our democracy, and I'm willing to take it on. As my husband said to our daughter last year, hey, be nice to your mom this weekend. She's taking on the 4 biggest companies the world has ever known, and she just got banned from Russia. All true. If we want to preserve an independent free press in this country, we need to give journalism a fighting chance. That's why I lead the bipartisan bill to give local news outlets the ability to collectively negotiate for fair compensation with online platforms, including generative AI platforms, so they can continue to invest in the kind of quality reporting that keeps us all informed. Last June, our legislation passed once again out of the Senate Judiciary Committee, this time by a 14-7 bipartisan vote. We have the momentum. This year, we have continued to pick up bipartisan co-sponsors. And last month, Leader Schumer and Senators Young, Heinrich, and Rounds included journalism in their bipartisan AI framework. I'm committed to working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to continue advancing this legislation. We've made progress, but we still have work to do. As you know, without proper guardrails, AI has the potential to make the information crisis even worse. David Brooks maybe put it best when he wrote, "The people in AI seem to be experiencing radically different brain states all at once." He said, "I've found it incredibly hard to write about AI because it is literally unknowable whether this technology is leading us to heaven or hell." AI is set to become one of the most significant technological advances of our time. It has the potential to address some of the world's biggest problems, including some of those faced by the news business. But like any emerging technology, AI comes with significant risks. We need laws that are as sophisticated as this quickly evolving technology. If we don't act, those risks could harm democracy itself by harming journalism. We've already seen some generative AI platforms use local journalism without compensation. I'm also concerned that the rise of fake AI-generated images, audio, and video will make it difficult for the public to distinguish between legitimate, accurate news content and fake news. That's not right. And leaders from both sides of the aisle in all kinds of backgrounds, government, business, nonprofit, and more, agree. Additionally, when it comes to our democracy, we're already seeing AI being used to create viral, misleading content and deceive voters. We can't sit on the sidelines while this technology continues to advance without any rules of the road. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, no one wants to see fake ads or robocalls where you can't even tell if it's your candidate or not. With the election in less than 5 months and primaries underway, we need to take action. That's why last month we passed my 3 bipartisan bills out of the Rules Committee to protect our elections from deceptive uses of AI. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle agree that the time to act is now. It's a hair-on-fire moment. And some of this is going to be great, and we have to make sure we allow the innovation to bloom. But when it comes to democracy, you want to know if it's the candidate you love or the candidate you don't like. You don't want a fake robocall when you think it's Joe Biden or you think it's Donald Trump hugging down Fauci, which happened during the Republican primary but didn't really happen because it was a fake video. You want to know what's real. Thank you. Thank you for giving us what's real, which is the news. Thank you for caring about our democracy. So let's get this done. Thanks, everyone.
Opportunity now to ask everybody to take a step back, because to think about the power of AI and social media and search, we first need to think what is the infrastructure that underpins all these systems, and that is the cloud. Cloud services do not only underpin social media and all this connectivity that we enjoy, it is also vital for a series of other critical sectors such as financial services, transportation, healthcare. Yet, what we have today is a market in which these cloud services are provided. 2/3, actually globally, of these services are provided by 3 big corporations, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. And that's in the order of their market share. And as now we are all experiencing the rollout of AI, we are basically facing a risk in which that power can become even more entrenched. And before we actually jump to the implications of AI for the cloud, I think we need to start this conversation by having 2 other facts clear, which is from a competition perspective, one of the first issues with this market concentration in cloud services is that there is already documented evidence of potential misuse of this power that is used by these companies to continue to grow. And I think the latest example, and we've seen this coming out of news yesterday, Microsoft bundling its Teams chat with its already entrenched Office and Microsoft cloud-based software. So we're going to see if the European Commission and issue an abiding order to fix this tie and bundling practice. And I would say the second problem is that the businesses that compete with these companies also have to contract their services. And this creates, at the very least, a conflict of interest, right? Yet I don't think people are used to thinking of the cloud in general as such a vital infrastructure, and they also aren't used to thinking of the many risks that this concentration poses, right? And for that, we have John and Justin who are going to help us untangle this. So I'll ask you, if you had to think about two risks, let's start with one, that you would want people to understand and to really take with them home after this event that the cloud poses to our way of life today. What would those two top risks be? And I'll start with you, John.
I think, well, thanks for having me. Thanks, Barry, for inviting me. I think the main one is we don't know what we don't know. How the cloud providers operate is mysterious, and they don't share a great deal. And that opacity is cause for concern, not because I have any specific technical problem that I know about, but more because we don't know what's behind the curtain.
Thank you. What about you, Justin?
I'd say two things, right? So cloud is not just, right, because we've gone from sort of companies having servers and, you get a server, you get a server, you get a server, to this concentration, as you said, but it's not just for data, right? Cloud is also software as a service. It's also banks taking, financial analytic systems that they had previously had on site, pushing them out to the cloud. It's defense agencies doing the same thing with intelligence analysis and so forth. So it's dependence not just in having all of your data in one place, which I'm sure we'll come back to, not really that advisable from a cybersecurity perspective, but there's also the piece of dependence on software and literally a lot of business operations that now sit in the cloud. The second piece I'd say is, to keep zooming out, is infrastructural control more broadly. So cloud obviously depends on a lot of literal physical infrastructure, right? Data centers, massive amount of energy consumption. We want to talk about, companies that fly into countries and build these absolutely, bogus climate assessment reports. And, oh, look, it's all low risk, and we're just going to suck the water out and cool the data center down. So there's that piece, but there's also the fact that take something like submarine cables, right? So, we might think of the internet as pretty abstract, but these submarine cables that are the size of basically, a small garden hose, hundreds of them carry 99% of all internet traffic between continents. So, sorry, Elon Musk, Starlink is not going to save us all, but so historically in the U.S., who built those cables, who operated those cables? It was AT&T, it was Verizon, it was Comcast. Right now, the dominant investors and fastest growing investors in cables are Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Meta. And so part of that is this whole sort of Facebook, nonsense of like we're bringing the internet for free to the world and all this stuff. But part of that is also related to cloud. It's we actually want to control where the, connecting point A to point B in the way that's best for us, in the way that's fastest for our cloud system, in the way that gives us an advantage over the competition. So I say this to say cloud, as many other discussions have hit on today, is just one piece of this market power, but it's also one piece of physical infrastructure that these cloud companies own. Google Fiber in cities is another example, right? So I think that also has to be part of this conversation, because the reason, in part, these companies are building this other internet infrastructure is so they can keep expanding their cloud businesses.
And I think one of the most possibly worrying practices that I myself have reported on is that as the expansion of these companies on cloud infrastructure computing capabilities expands, what seems to be happening is that they are using this infrastructure to also grow in other markets, advertising, journalism, And like you say, Justin, they're not necessarily orienting that expansion in the public interest, right? And I thank you for mentioning the internet as an infrastructure, submarine cables, because that takes me to the issue of resiliency. And as you said, I think most of us maybe used to think about resiliency of the cloud in terms of data, in terms of cybersecurity, but there's much more than that. And now with the rollout of AI applications, what we're going to see happening is more dependency on these three corporations. One, because AI companies in general have to partner with them due to their computational capabilities and the great advantage that they have in that front. And second, because a lot of investments that are coming to AI companies are also earmarked to be specifically spent on cloud. And so as we continue to explore what this means for the future, right? And I'll take this back to John. You mentioned we don't know what we don't know, right? But you recently finished a one-year research when you explore different risks and you also explore what we actually know these corporations are doing. So can you elaborate a little bit more on what is it that they are doing to ensure resiliency, and how can we really know that what they're doing is the type of resiliency that we need, that we want?
There's a lot to unpack in there. I'll do my best. But I am going to tell a short story. I have a Southern accent, so I have to tell a story. A little bit about the sausage making of the project at Carnegie. So you have to imagine a room over there on Mass Ave, and you've got the three hyperscalers, representatives from various levels. You've got two large reinsurers, Swiss Re and Munich Re, a company, VMware was in the project as well, and then a company from Atlanta called Axio that kind of blends cybersecurity and cyber insurance. And as well as a number of experts, some of whom were former government folks like me, other folks were more cyber experts. And the topic was to talk about systemic risk associated with the cloud. So you can imagine how that went for a while, right? No, the cloud providers did not really want to talk about this. And our hope in the project was to do some technical analysis to kind of tease some details out. So now I'm telling you what's not in the report, okay? What we tried to do, and the reinsurers wanted to work with the cloud providers to build what they called an impact model and essentially give them some scenarios and say what might happen here. And it could, they weren't going to report it publicly. They just needed to populate their own analyses so they could attract capital in for cyber insurance, because cyber insurance now is pretty terrible and not very helpful. But once the reinsurer started asking the hyperscalers about the blast radius of an event, they just clammed up, right? We don't want to talk about that. So then, probably naively, we thought we might do a tabletop exercise where we would run them through a scenario. And again, these weren't things necessarily we'd put in a report. We were just trying to understand what the contingency plans and other things were. And again, that never got off the ground. So we had to pivot the project to policy things, right? What policy kinds of actions might be useful here, both by the cloud providers as well as maybe by policymakers? And where we came down was, again, given this our lack of insight into the technical side of this, we were being assured at every turn that everything is safe, secure, and reliable, and don't worry, if something happens in one availability zone, it won't make it to another. But again, I was an auditor at GAO for 35 years. I'm hard to convince, right? And so what we suggested was a cloud resilience framework. And I put a handout in the back, if you're interested, that basically suggests a way to think about resilience in a systematic way. And just briefly, I'll tell you, we thought the cloud providers needed to make foundational commitments to avoid digital harms. It's a big statement, right? A lot of lawyers in the room, you know that would be hard to do. But we wanted to get the idea of the potential for digital harms on the table. That wasn't easy. And then additional transparency into what they were doing to maintain their safe, secure, reliable, whatever word you want to use to describe it, operations available. And then also what they do to work with customers If you're Joe's car dealership, you don't understand the cloud very well. You probably let your IT people go. You know, the cloud is this big monolithic thing, and if you just have one cloud provider and you have a problem, even if you caused it, then you're down for a while. It can cost you a lot of money. And then finally, we wanted them to begin to lean forward and do exercises that involved external participants, including the government, to prove and exercise their contingency plans. Not wait to be asked, but be proactive. And that was the nature of our recommendations. And for policymakers, we just wanted them to kind of lean on them. Now, we were trying to come from the perspective of what the tech companies could do, okay? So don't throw darts at me. We were trying to think about what were steps that they could take to show good faith.
Now, I want to ask 2 questions related to what you just told us.
You didn't tell me you were going to ask follow-up questions.
Well, it's too late now. You sparked that on me. You mentioned scenarios, contingent, you know, like I guess you asked them a question about what would you do in scenario 1, 2, 3, right? Can you give us one example of a scenario of some catastrophic thing happening, maybe physical risk or associated to physical risk, that you got worried when they just replied to you, oh, we got it under control?
I think and again, I'm not a technical person, so I'm going to keep it fairly high level. Natural disasters are obviously something that could happen. It could cause power outages. And with the cloud providers support other critical infrastructure sectors, so this could kind of have a ripple effect into or out of, potentially, cloud providers. And there's that. And then there were other things that we really couldn't explore, kind of logical triggers. The software have a problem in it, in the code or something, and there's some common code that is used across the cloud providers to manage the hypervisors and other things that we thought had some potential vulnerabilities, but we just couldn't get there.
Thank you, Justin. You also have a report, right, on cloud infrastructure where you try to make an analysis. Well, actually, it was a very successful analysis as to why we should consider that the cloud is just as a critical infrastructure as any other critical sectors such as healthcare, financial services, transportation, right? But I'd like to ask you a question about the actual design of the cloud, if we're going to start thinking about it as a critical infrastructure, right? Is it really designed to avoid becoming a single point of failure in the sense that you, for example, wrote about the illusion of different services? The cloud basically portraying itself as having some sort of compartmentalized risk management, but it isn't really that way. Could you explain us a little bit about that?
Yeah, and John made a good point about this as well. And so I'm going to be a bit reductive here as a technologist, but right, cloud generally, you might have one server where, this part is doing X government agency, HR, payroll, and this part's doing, let's say Open Markets Institute, some NGOs, email system, and this part's doing, right? So let's hope there's a good firewall between those different parts, right? Because I don't want to, log in as the DOD or whatever and find out, oh yeah, some like mom and pop pizzeria is busy looking through all my files, or, oh hey, by the way, we're now, the data's been poisoned because it's been accidentally merged with something else, et cetera, right? So there are certain, as John was saying, there are certain parts of the actual technology where that has to be engineered very, very carefully. And that's not to say that other tech systems don't also have this problem, right? Like the points at which internet traffic is passed from A to B to C, right? If that midpoint is not secure, it could expose all the traffic coming through it, for example, right? So it's not specific to cloud. But here, you have that same software, firmware, hardware, separating different companies and services in every single cloud system used by one company. So you better hope that frickin' thing is secure, because if that is not, that allows you to then say, if I get into one account, I can get into any of these accounts. Or if I get into the lowest bar account, which is what any advanced hacker would do, right, then it's very easy to then say, okay, I can't maybe break into United Systems directly, but there's this smaller vendor with poor security. If I get in through there, this firewall's flimsy, I punch right through. So I don't know if that makes sense, but or explain that well. But so there's pieces like that of cloud that I think are really critical to that single point of failure question.
So in both of your comments, what I also sense is that there is this feeling of we better hope that they're doing the right job. There are a lot of things that we don't know and that we want to get them to do. And we're coming off from a perspective of what is it that the companies can do themselves, right? But what is the role of public oversight here, right? Do you think, and either of you can take a stab at it, that we have reached a point, just as we have with the platforms, the services that are built on top of the cloud, search, social media. Can we actually trust these three corporations, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google? Can we trust them on what they're doing is really what we need, what needs to be done? And what is the role of public oversight to minimize those gaps, right, of knowledge of what we don't know that they're doing?
Yeah, first I'd actually just make the additional point that it's even hard for other market players to get these cloud companies to change what they're doing. I was in Latin America earlier this year and talking to folks there about this. A lot of even large buyers, government buyers, might have a problem in smaller countries getting, say, AWS to let them change any terms in a contract at all. And so this is actually a motive for some data localization, is not even surveillance or other concerns we have with forcing companies to store data in a country, but saying, you guys kidding? Like, we can't even edit, move the comma? No, we can't change anything. So, okay, we're going to institute laws and regulations that give us some control or some perception of control over that data again. From a regulatory standpoint, as you had said, we did this paper at Atlantic Council that I think is a useful way of thinking about this in terms of critical infrastructure, right? Because we looked at some of the 16 defined U.S. critical infrastructure sectors, so things like defense, transportation and logistics, healthcare, and all of them are using cloud in very critical, dependent, potential single point of failure ways. So there, you could think of it as, okay, if we maybe had some regulations focused on existing critical infrastructure sectors related to cloud usage, that's a way of getting at cloud activity, right? So it's less about what is AWS doing per se and more about, hey, Health and Human Services, make sure that hospitals putting health data in the cloud have certain, are following HIPAA security requirements, which are also very weak or whatever, right? So
that's another conversation.
Yeah, but so that, or the other way, I think, is to look at cloud itself as critical infrastructure, and then how do you design regulation?
So you're proposing the role of, it's basically the public oversight coming from those critical sectors to guide cloud better as in terms of like improving resiliency.
Yeah, I think it's just one way of thinking about it, right? And it's because cloud cuts across so many functions, use cases, et cetera, that there are, we can get into them, there are pros and cons of saying we're going to regulate sector by sector through critical infrastructure. There are pros and cons to saying we're going to treat cloud itself as critical infrastructure and regulate all of the use cases that we can.
I see. Any thoughts, John?
Is it okay to say I'm not sure what the best way forward is?
Of course.
In the Carnegie report, we offer recommendations that are pretty clear things that the government could ask about, in terms of contingency plans and other things. Again, our focus was resilience, not, cybersecurity per se, but if there is an issue, can you recover from it? Because that's the thing that really matters to governments and reinsurers who are paying out if there's a problem. And so let me think how to go with this. The cloud providers are like utilities, but they're different and in a very important way. They don't have regulation, but they're in a very competitive market, and it's changing, causing changes to happen very, very fast. And one of the things that bothered me throughout the project was around something that the cloud providers call the shared fate or shared responsibility model. I'm sorry, it's not quite responsive to the question, but it's something I wanted to get out. And sure, right, this is basically details what the cloud providers will do versus what the customer will do. And in general, cloud provider agrees in a service level agreement, as Justin was talking about, to do certain things, provide infrastructure, provide software as a service. And the growth of software as a service should not be overlooked, by the way. It is the fastest growing part of the cloud. This is not just server racks. This is software as a service, your Office 365 and other things. And it's also business processes run on the cloud. And there's a lot of growth in these areas. So it's not just the server racks. A lot of server racks being built now because of AI, but it's not just that. But this shared fate model implies that, the customer, in my opinion, has a lot more power than they actually do, because when they went to the cloud, they probably laid off all their IT people. And they're trusting the cloud, and they probably are heavily embedded in a single cloud provider. So that brings me around to the one thing that I think that the government should focus on. And this is touched on in the report, but I feel more strongly about it. I think this is analogous to the cell phone issues. I can't quite see everybody, that's too bright. But I remember when you couldn't port your cell phone number, right? It was a problem. Well, it's a little bit like that in the cloud now. It's very difficult to go from one cloud provider to another. And that lock-in is increasingly problematic. And so, again, this is my opinion, not necessarily in a report. I think that's something that government overseers, regulators, should focus on in the near term.
Thank you. And I'll wrap it up with a proposal of our own at Open Markets Institute. We put out a report, AI and the Public Interest, and we gave it a lot of thought to how we can govern the cloud and for the future, considering all of what we just discussed. There is an issue of transparency, there is an issue of trust, there is an issue of having a handful of very powerful players who also run multiple lines of businesses in other sectors that are also providing the infrastructure that basically keeps our way of life as it is today, to be totally honest. And that proposal is, what if, given the fact that these companies already operate in so many other businesses that they can leverage their power and cloud to grow in those other sectors, right? If we basically order the Vestager of the cloud and treat it as a utility also with all of these non-discrimination rules. Any thoughts about that? It has nothing to do with your reports.
I don't know about that. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a utilities expert. I'm a little skeptical of the utility analogy just because there are different, I think, qualitative and quantitative characteristics of the cloud. But the point about separation is interesting, right? We've even seen Amazon, right, sort of take AWS, their entire cloud business, and already kind of make that its quasi-own business unit because it makes so much revenue. So there has even been conversation within industry of at some point will these companies spin off their cloud businesses, which sort of lends itself to maybe separating that out as its own function. I'll throw my other co-panelists under the bus.
No worries. We didn't really make a comment on whether or not it should be regulated as utility. I think for all practical purposes it is one, but it's also really different than most utilities. I would kind of pivot a little on the question and say that the AI growth that we've been talking about this morning has massive implications. I don't think that can be overstated, and they are likely to increase the power of the cloud companies because they are the ones with the resources and the reach to buy these chips, build these data centers, and buy up the companies that are doing AI. And so their market power is going to continue to grow. That has a number of implications that I've heard talked about this morning, but the one I haven't heard talked about is energy usage, right? The energy demands that are likely to be placed on the grid could increase by 30% or something. I've heard numbers that scare me. And if we are very concerned about climate changes, and we at Carnegie are thinking about looking into this, what are the options for providing the energy for this? Because it's coming, and I think we need to plan for it.
Well, thank you both. I appreciate your answers. This isn't an easy topic, so please give a round of applause to our panelists. We hope that you can think about the cloud differently now. It's a lot more important than what it seems. And I am told that this is the end of our time. We now have remarks from Senator Warren that I think we're ready to play, hopefully.
Hello, Open Markets Institute. It is great to join you today to talk about why reining in big tech is vital to protecting our democracy. You know, today, a tiny number of big tech companies generate most of the world's internet traffic and effectively regulate our digital lives. The unelected billionaires running those companies have far too much power. Power over our economy, power over our society, and power over our politics. And for years, these companies have avoided accountability by claiming their products are just too complex to regulate. These giants violate our privacy, they damage economic competition, and they ultimately corrode the foundations of our democracy. You're going to hear today from Assistant Attorney General Kanter about the Justice Department's work to fight consolidation in big tech, to make sure that one or two platforms don't use anti-competitive tactics to control the flow of information online. And Congress needs to step up too. That is why I introduced the bipartisan Digital Consumer Protection Commission Act to create a new agency to regulate online platforms. This bill would block big tech platforms from unfair and abusive corporate behaviors that are really just meant to stomp out competition, to dominate markets, and to brush aside consumers' concerns. It would require the biggest platforms to identify bots and limit data processing in restricted countries. And this bill would guarantee consumers the right to access their own personal data and would limit the sale of that personal data. We need to get serious about holding big tech accountable. And that includes making sure that our democratically elected leaders, rather than big tech CEOs, write the rules of the road. And that's why I'm glad to see the Biden administration reject tech lobbyists' attempts to use trade agreements as a way to make an end run around domestic regulators and enforcers. Regulating big tech is a crucial part of our improving and protecting our information environment and our democracy. I get it. Reining in these tech giants is hard work, but it is worth it. And that's why conferences like these are so important. They bring together new ideas and they build momentum for accountability. So, thank you again for the opportunity to join you, and I hope you have a terrific conference.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to welcome Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust at the Department of Justice, Jonathan Kanter. Mr. Kanter has lifelong roots in New York. Born and raised in Queens, he graduated from SUNY Albany before attending law school at Washington University in St. Louis. I was actually in Queens yesterday for my son's high school graduation. We will be happy to have you back in New York once you're done with your service here. Throughout his career, Mr. Kanter has practiced law at the FTC. He learned the ways of large corporations in the private sector and eventually started a firm dedicated to antitrust enforcement. In 2021, he was nominated by President Biden to lead the DOJ's Antitrust Bureau. There, he leads a division of more than 800 people, including lawyers, economists, and data scientists. His investigations and prosecutions of big tech companies, including Apple and Google, represent a new muscular era for the long tradition of antitrust enforcement in the United States. I'm delighted and honored to introduce the Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division, Jonathan Kanter.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for that warm introduction, Kai, and thank you to Open Markets and to The Guardian for hosting today's conference and for all the work that you're doing to help elevate this conversation, which is absolutely essential. Without it, we cannot get to the bottom of these issues and start to really have a solutions-oriented approach to addressing the concentration problem that we're all confronting. And so I'm happy to be here today and to be a part of this important conversation. It's difficult to imagine a topic in our world that is more important. The free flow of information and the exchange of ideas is the lifeblood of our cultural lives and democracy. Humans need connection to one another like they need air and water. And democracy needs citizens, people, to exchange information and ideas. And that is what democracy is all about. Competing ideas in a debate that plays out freely over time. With freedom of thought and expression, democracy can thrive. In contrast, the first goal of a king or a tyrant is to control thought and information. And that is why our founders made freedom of speech the very first right protected in our Bill of Rights. They understood deeply and personally that threats to free speech and to a free press could pose to the marketplace of ideas on which democracy depends. Ben Franklin was not just a champion of a free press and free speech, but a journalist and a publisher himself. He committed to that work because he believed in, and I quote, the sacred liberty of the press, close quote, and, quote, the liberty of discussing the propriety of public measures and political opinions, close quote. So the Constitution fervently protected the public from government control of the press and of speech. In the modern era, there are new threats to the marketplace of ideas. The founders could not have imagined, nor should they have had to, private corporations with the power of governments to shape, control, or stifle freedom of speech on a national scale. It was just inconceivable in an era where the town square was literally a town square. The only electric bottleneck that Ben Franklin ever encountered was tied between a kite and a key. And certainly he could not have imagined that one day that wire, or one like it, would carry every Federalist paper, all of journalism, all debate, and every kind of connection among people. If he had, I suspect Franklin would have immediately seen the threat that we face today. If a single platform or a small number of platforms of ones and zeros hosts and controls the marketplace of ideas, whoever controls that platform controls our thoughts, and our lives and our democracy cannot survive. Today we are confronting that challenge. The rise of dominant platforms in the marketplace of ideas threatens journalism, threatens the exchange of information, the exchange in the marketplace of ideas. Powerful corporations that stand between people and writers, musicians, artists, and journalists exert enormous control and influence. This is a dynamic that is playing out in many different areas. I would like to today talk about journalism, publishing, and AI specifically. These are industries where dominant intermediaries act as gatekeepers to the information commons, the modern version of the public square. But as gatekeepers, they have the ability to extract more than their fair share from all sides of the market. But this is about so much more than price or output of these products and services. What is at stake is speech itself. Private corporations decide what ideas are worthy, whose voices are amplified, And what messages are disseminated and to whom? What is at stake is the very way in which people gather information and make decisions, and the very existence of people who live to share their ideas, thoughts, and creations. Competition between many platforms means a small number of dominant players do not have outsized power over speech, over ideas, over news, and over information. And when there are more competitors, journalists and content creators have more opportunities to bargain for the value of their creations, and consumers have the ability, importantly, to vote with their feet. That is a world where people can benefit from different viewpoints and make informed decisions about how they want to live their lives. Where competition among many platforms flourishes, no one company or small number of companies can exercise control over the flow of information in our democracy. In the absence of competition, there are few, if any, incentives to offer solutions for common but serious problems. Competition can also constrain behavior and even facilitate market-based solutions, whether it be to how we fairly compensate content creators or to how to combat the spread of false information and harmful content online. And today, I would like to talk specifically about the three areas where this dynamic is playing out. Journalism. Journalism is under threat in large part due to consolidation in the advertising market. The data is staggering. 2023, an average of 2.5 news organizations closed each week. Since 2005, the country lost 1/3 of its news outlets and has lost 2/3 of its journalists in that same period. This is in no small part due to the ripple effects from changes in how advertising works. Traditionally, news organizations have relied on subscriptions and advertising to fund their reporting and to pay their journalists. But with the rise of the internet, readers increasingly turn to online aggregators and others for news. Today, the majority of Americans prefer and often get their news on a digital device rather than from traditional mediums like TV, radio, or print. And Americans now get their news from websites, searches, and social media. Social media is especially prominent, and according to a recent survey, about half of U.S. adults today get news from social media at least sometimes. This means that powerful platforms are acting as middlemen, gatekeepers between news organizations and readers. And digital advertising dollars that once went to the people who actually researched and reported on stories, now go to middlemen, rather than to the journalists and news organizations that actually do the hard work. In turn, news organizations now depend on these platforms, overly so, for the distribution of their content. They need the platforms to reach readers, and they have very little, if any, negotiating power or leverage. And without sufficient advertising revenue, independent journalism suffers. Our free press suffers. Our democracy suffers. Competition is a key piece of the puzzle toward a solution. Competition paves the way for innovation and the development of new business models and new economic relationships and opportunities. Inter-platform competition could shift the balance of power and create different bargaining dynamics for news organizations. Competition among digital advertisers can lead the way to a fairer compensation structure for those who do the on-the-ground reporting and write the articles, those who risk their lives to report on wars, those who take the time and the effort and the energy to do the research necessary to understand the dynamics that go into our political system, report on corruption. These This is why a free press is so important, and this is why we need fairly compensated journalists to make sure it works. Again, what's at stake here is not just the price of accessing the news. It's about journalism itself, which is core to our values. It's about whether our society can support those journalists who are doing the hard work of separating truth from falsehood to shed light on the most important issues of the day. And without these journalists, fairly compensated, our democracy simply cannot survive. Publishing. The trend toward consolidation in book publishing, another industry necessary for ideas to flourish, is alarming. The Antitrust Division brought a successful challenge to halt the merger between Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster. These are two of the largest book publishers in the industry. The proposed merger would have consolidated the Big Five into the Big Four, further tightening the oligopoly that authors have to confront on a daily basis. But our challenge to that merger was not based on a theory of the price of books would increase due to reduced competition. It was that the merger meant that authors would receive less money, less compensation. That would not only harm the authors, but ultimately would lead to fewer books and diminish the diversity of viewpoints, as fewer authors, professional authors, would invest or could invest the time and effort to write the next bestseller, or frankly, to write the next book that helps disseminate news, information, ideas. Authors and books are more than just economic units. They are vital to the marketplace of ideas and our public discourse. Our victory in that case, which I'm extremely proud of, protected vital competition for books. It was a victory for authors, for readers, and for the free exchange of ideas. And we must remain vigilant. Artificial intelligence. Let's, last but not least, turn to AI. AI will and is reshaping information and content. It's going to change the way we consume information, including news, and will affect the way in which content is created, developed, and is going to change the way we interact with information. It's already starting to do so. Without meaningful competition, the same threats that plague journalism, advertising, and book publishing will spread to other content creation markets. Generative AI leverages human creations. Journalists, authors, artists, musicians, all types of human creativity become inputs to large-scale models that can swallow up and regurgitate their work, often with no attribution and no compensation. AI carries the potential to create dominant companies that exploit monopsony power at levels that we have never seen before in our lifetimes or in world history. A dominant buyer for all of the world's ideas. But what incentives will there be to create if the ideas of our writers, our actors, and entertainers can simply be taken without just compensation and through the exercise of monopsony power? What incentives will there be for journalists to seek out the truth when their work is uncompensated or not adequately compensated? And what does it mean for our society if we cannot protect those who live to share the ideas of creativity with the world? The future of free expression on how we answer these questions depends on how we answer these questions as a society. And our democratic values, our freedom, depends on our ability to preserve this marketplace and opportunity for the distribution of ideas. God bless you. We must do all we can to promote competition and innovation in the industries necessary for the ideas and democracy to flourish. It is critical that we have conversations like the one we're having today, that we address these problems at a time when it's meaningful to do so, and when the impact can be felt before it is too late. Thank you for having me today, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. John has graciously agreed to answer a few questions, but first let me thank you for those impassioned remarks and about your concern for the future of our industry. We appreciate it. You talked about some of the strong actions that you've taken to combat abuses of tech companies. I know you're litigating 2 monopolization cases against Google and now 1 filed recently against Apple. And you talked about the case that you brought involving Simon & Schuster. One of the things that we know, and you mentioned this in your remarks about AI, is that it requires vast amounts of data. And there was an article, a deeply reported article in the Times a couple of months ago that talked about the corners that some of the AI companies have taken in order to acquire that vast amount of data that's required. And there was a mention of the fact that Meta, when faced with the reality that they would not have enough data to effectively compete, they thought, against OpenAI, had considered buying Simon & Schuster. So I'm interested in your thoughts on whether we should be concerned that the same giant companies that dominate the internet and the tech center, including Google, Microsoft, and Meta, will seek to dominate the AI sector to the detriment of competition and potentially innovation. And what can antitrust enforcers do about that?
Sure. So I think when you have a market that is driven by data, for example, concentration in the markets of today can determine how much competition we can expect in the markets of the future. It is often iterative. And so if the cost of doing business, even the table stakes, are to have massive stores of data, and even just to consider innovating, to consider entering, to consider competing, then there are only going to be a small, very small number of players who can even imagine or consider showing up and entering a market. And then beyond that, when the data becomes a flywheel, and the more you have, the more of an advantage you get, and the harder it is for others to compete, those are the kinds of dynamics that will inevitably lead to markets that are prone to tipping, markets that are prone to concentration, markets that are prone to monopoly problems or oligopoly problems. And these are just market realities. Even setting aside whether it's good, bad, or something in between, they're market realities. And if we're going to be antitrust enforcers, we have to start with understanding how the market works and work backwards from that.
On the flip side, there are other people who might say that this is an industry that is too new, too nascent of a technology for antitrust intervention right now, and that the market shares are too uncertain to determine whether there's any competitive problem right now. What is your view? What's the role of antitrust regulation in an emerging technology market?
Listen, these are mature companies that we're often talking about with long track records and massive amounts of wealth, capital, and power. And to the extent that markets that should be contestable are not because companies are exercising that power, that's exactly why the antitrust laws exist. And facts matter. We need to enforce the antitrust laws based on the facts and the law, but doing so at a time when it's meaningful, at a time when we can preserve competition, because it's a lot easier to preserve it before it's too far gone than it is to try to clean it up many, many years later.
That makes sense. I was looking at the interview that you gave with DealBook earlier this week, and you were asked about AI, and you talked about your role being to keep pace with technological developments. And I know on our end, to the extent we're looking into some of the issues relating to the copyright infringement, we're speaking to lawyers that have pretty specific backgrounds, some of whom have PhDs in machine learning and computer science. I'm interested to know what your division is doing to make sure that you have the people with the expertise necessary to adequately enforce these particular technological developments?
It's such an important question. We can't understand how markets work unless we have people who are capable of understanding how markets work. And so the Antitrust Division, we have some of the most talented professionals I've ever had the honor of working alongside in my life. But as these markets become more technical, we're going to need data scientists. We're going to need a new generation of experts who can work alongside us and help us understand and untangle how these technologies operate so that we can make well-informed decisions and that we can enforce the law in a way that relies on a deep and accurate understanding of how these markets function.
Do you have any challenge recruiting people with that particular area of expertise?
So I will say one of the wonderful things about working at the Department of Justice is we have access to some of the most talented, brilliant people ever. I've seen throughout my career that DOJ always attracts the cream of the crop, and that it holds true today. But there's in the Antitrust Division a mission-driven energy. People are going into antitrust not just because it's interesting, it is, not just because it's challenging, it is, and not just because it's a satisfying career, which it definitely is, but because it matters. People understand the connection between antitrust enforcement and the well-being of our society. And that is attracting some of the brightest, most talented, most energetic people for the right reasons. And I'm really, really proud, and I'm really, really excited at the level of talent that we're able to recruit across our entire program, including data scientists.
That's very encouraging. So one of the things you said at the end of your remarks was the challenge of combating misinformation, and in particular, the challenge of AI-generated content contributing to misinformation, and thereby threatening democracy. What's the role of antitrust enforcement in addressing that?
Competition means accountability. If companies are concerned that somebody's going to do it better, that someone's going to leave, that their approach might lead to dissatisfaction, they work harder. They work harder to respond. We all see it. If you're in the news business and you're concerned that someone else is going to get your scoop, you're going to redouble your efforts and you're going to work even harder to make sure that you report that story. It's basic human nature. It's why we have antitrust laws. It's why we believe that competition can help drive the kind of behavior that makes things better for all of us. It's accountability. It's choice. It's different pathways to things that you're interested in seeing and reading and understanding. It's a beautiful thing when it works, but it's terrifying when there's not enough. And so, there are certainly many disciplines in our legal system that will come into play in the context of AI. My job is to focus on antitrust. But without a competitive, healthy marketplace, we will not see the kind of opportunity. We will not see the kind of growth. We will not see the kind of free flow of information that we depend on in a democratic society that we expect and that we need in order to maintain our way of life.
Thank you. I think we certainly agree with that. I think that's all the time that we have. Please join me in thanking Jonathan Kanter.
Thank you.
Can I get some? Oh, there we go. Welcome back, Courtney and Chris. I'm Betsy Reed. I am the U.S. editor of The Guardian, and I'm really just delighted to be here for this timely and somewhat terrifying series of conversations, in which we have both an institutional interest and an editorial one. So I want to introduce Sohrab Ahmari, who is the co-founder and editor of Compact Magazine, who will join us for this conversation, which will focus mostly on California. As many of you probably know, California is considering legislation that would require the platforms to actually pay for some of the content that is driving their own revenue models, which makes a lot of sense, but hasn't really happened in this country before. And already Google has taken what many regard as an extreme step of blocking some news sites in California, and it's threatening to go even farther than that, which is, of course, concerning to us at The Guardian, given the extent to which we have skin in the game in terms of our traffic and revenue, but also obviously concerning to everyone who cares about a healthy, functioning democracy. So I think we have a great panel here to delve into these questions. And I'd like to start with Chris. Being at the LA Times, you're sort of near the epicenter of what's happening in California. And maybe you could just walk us through how you've chosen to respond, both strategically in terms of your own work and on a public policy level to this legislation and Google's response to it.
Yeah, well, we've been advocates for the legislation that's been percolating in the State House for, I don't know, a year or so, both an assembly bill that would require the digital platforms to compensate news organizations for our content. That has passed the California Assembly. This week passed the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's expected to pass the full floor of the Senate. There's an additional piece of legislation also in California that I think is relevant to this conversation today, that is deemed a data extraction tax, not a tax on the taxpayers in California, but a tax on the companies based on their use of information and tied to their ad revenue. Whether or not, I think it's unlikely both bills will go forward, but maximum pressure is likely to be applied on the platforms in their home state of California. So I think that's good. What we can do to respond, the threat is undemocratic, that you would remove. We don't write legislation. We don't really lobby. We cover public officials. We've met with public officials. We're supportive on the business side of our organization that I run. I've been in Sacramento a number of times to discuss this legislation with the legislators, and I've never been there one time that it hasn't been pointed out to me there's Google's lobbyist or Facebook's lobbyist every single time I've been there. So that's what we're up against. In response to it, I think we're entering now, and probably have been for some time, an age of the end of the idea that we can be dependent on people for referral traffic. Facebook has all but eliminated the news from their platforms. Google is threatening over legislation that we don't control, albeit we think it's right. The response to that is not, it's one thing to threaten the LA Times or the Guardian, or the San Francisco Chronicle, but it's a threat to Californians when the state is perpetually on fire. We're running out of water. We've been through generational pandemics. Whatever it may be, the threat is on the people of the state of California to not be able to get important information. And it's just evidence, again, of one of the disconnects between the news industry, that if we were a normal commercial business, we would have done something like during COVID, said, to Google, we're not going to put that very important content up on search until you negotiate with us. Not only wouldn't we do that, it wouldn't be a consideration in our organization, at the Guardian or anywhere else. And I don't think that's totally understood, that we do operate as a quasi-public trust, take it very seriously, but without commercial leverage the way a film studio or music label would have. So when I say the end of the age of referrals, we're going to have to figure out how to generate more audience organically without being as dependent on Google search, because it's clear they're willing to do what they need to do in their mind to serve nothing but a commercial interest. So we got to get our own audience now and do that in a variety of different ways, but we can't keep depending on these platforms.
Yeah, I think that is the refrain that I hear from everybody basically in our business. Sarah, going to you. You run a small conservative publisher.
Really conservative.
Okay, sorry, I was. Well, so there is a lot of discussion of whether there's some sort of ideological bias on the part of the platform. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. But just more generally, like how do you think about your vulnerability when it comes to major platforms?
Yeah, well, thank you to Barry and everyone at Open Markets for having me, and Betsy for moderating. I only say we're not conservative because we also publish like Slavoj Žižek, and a lot of Marxists. But I've actually been on the business end of big tech censorship at two kinds of organization. Now at Compact, which makes me a sort of a small businessman with my co-partner, with my partner in the business, but also I used to be the op-ed editor of the New York Post, and I was the op-ed editor of the New York Post at a very sensitive moment. It was during the pandemic and then the 2020 election. And I know John said, I'm going to tell a story because I have a Southern accent. Unfortunately, I don't have a Southern accent, but I'm going to tell a story anyway, which is, when I was at the op-ed page before the kind of Hunter laptop event, in February 2020, I published an op-ed by a guy named Steve Mosher. He's a kind of China hawk who wrote an op-ed not saying that the novel coronavirus had originated in China via lab leak or what have you. He merely said, hey, by the way, there is this virology lab in Wuhan. And, given the nature of the Chinese regime being what it is, we may not want to take their word for it. And of course, Facebook censored that. In other words, you couldn't share it. And later on, we learned that, there's this kind of expert body of people who decide whether or not such stories should be shared. And on that board was a woman herself, like a virologist or a public health expert, who had, who worked with the Wuhan Institute. So her note shooting down our story was, well, I work with these people. Of course, they would have the highest standards of, safety. Of course, now we know that it's at least contested, and the U.S. intelligence apparatus itself was divided over whether it was a lab leak or not. And then came, the Hunter story, which is much more a well-known thing, and 50 former intelligence officials called it Russian disinformation. Facebook and Twitter both suppressed the story, and much of the mainstream media cheered that. So I say all this because given that, you might think that Twitter, or whatever it's called now, now that it's under Elon Musk's regime, might be a source of cheer for me. That it's like, okay, well, here we go. The people who did that at Twitter are no longer in charge. But in fact, the conclusion I've drawn from that experience, and now my experience trying to share my stories at Compact, which has gotten much harder to do, deliberately on Elon Musk's part, Zuck's part, etc. The lesson I took away from all that is that oligarchs are bad, and that we shouldn't want oligarchs to control what people read, see, and think, regardless of their ideology, and regardless of their methods of suppression, right? So the old regime at Twitter was more Soviet. The new one is a sort of like a kind of prince autocrat, who has his own favorites, and sort of some of the minor lords get, benefices, and others are defenestrated. So I think that, and I'll wrap up here, I promise, but that the real issue is the imbalance in power between, on the one hand, consumers of the news is a market power issue, and the platforms, and the producers of the news, people like Chris and myself and Betsy, that's the issue that we should try to solve, and it can be solved in a bipartisan way. It's a policy fix. It's a difficult one. I'm all for the California model, the Australia model, Section 230 reform. I'm a kitchen sink guy as far as what it would take, and of course antitrust, to try to build up countervailing power on other sides of on the other side of the market. Or the other sides of the market, I should say. I'm all for that. But the way to do that and the thing to get over are to notice the ways in which these kind of highly charged issues that divide left and right are used as sops to both sides, right? So disinformation, I think, is often a sop given to the center left. It's like, and of course they love to be like, oh yes, we're censoring all this bad stuff, and it embarrasses center-left institutions when they cheer the censorship and then ends up that that information was correct. And to the center-right, of course, it's like Elon saying, look, your freaky racists are back on Twitter. But the fundamental imbalance in power between the consumer in terms of how their experience is algorithmically structured has not changed, and the imbalance of power between producers of legitimate news, whatever their worldview, has also not shifted. So I think we should be wary of both of those kind of terms and focus on market power as the kind of central dimension of reform. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an excellent way of framing it. Courtney, I want to turn to you. Well, I would just be interested in your thoughts about the California approach, and do you regard it as a good model that should be followed elsewhere? And also, given how it's played out politically there, are there lessons that we should take? I mean, looking at how Google has responded, are you seeing other states contemplating something similar?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. And actually, we have a slide showing just how popular this type of legislation is around the world. I mentioned on another panel these news media bargaining codes, this type of legislation. And the California legislation is really interesting because they're really trying to get it right. They're trying to balance the interests of news publishers and the journalists who work for them, recognizing the importance of human labor. I think that's become especially important, and of course, the role of AI. And figuring out how to do that balance, given that you have extraordinary amount of pressure being brought by Google. You called it blocking. Other terms have been used, but I think we should call it what it is. It's censorship. They are censoring the news. They are censoring news publishers in California, and they learned from that tactic from what Facebook has been able to do with impunity in California, which is to censor Canadian news from its platform, which it did in Australia for 4 days before legislation was passed there, and which they were able to then tweak. And the problem is that this market power is translated into political power. Yeah. We're not able to even govern our economy, our information system, much less hold these corporations accountable, these corporations that we've given really extraordinary privileges and exemptions to in a way that no other companies have ever gotten in the world, in our country. And so California is trying to do this kind of one thing, which is not a link tax, as a lot of critics, including many people that I've worked with for many years, we sit on opposite sides of this, but it's saying you have to pay for the content that provides your platform's value. And a colleague of mine, Anya Schifrin and Harris Matten at Columbia, building on a Swiss study, looked at what is the value provided by news in the United States on Google search and on Facebook newsfeed. And it's based on the Swiss study where they actually looked, they looked at how do people behave on a Google search platform that has news and one that doesn't have news. And they just monitored people. And what they found a differential that people would go more directly then to the news site. And they extrapolated from that based on the amount of advertising revenue generated, how to equitably split that revenue, and then looking at in that specific jurisdiction. So in the US, this amounts to like $13 billion. So California's legislation is great, but it's not even close to that amount in terms of what it's envisioning. But it does something really important. It creates a negotiating table, and it says, hey, small publishers, you're allowed to collectively bargain because individually you have no power. But also, like, even the biggest companies don't have time to go negotiate with every single player. So it makes a lot of sense on both sides. And it's trying to address the issue of, how do we avoid funding bad journalism or, faux journalism? And I think that's an important, but, okay, some bad actors. We have lots of legislation where, the best players aren't the only ones that benefit. So I think we have to be very careful about not being so concerned about the edge cases that we aren't taking care of the core middle. And so they have standards in place about what qualifies as a news organization that is public. It's set out in law, and it creates thresholds and it tries to tell news organizations how to spend that money for journalism, for the actual, core democratic practice that is at risk from this dynamic.
But if the legislation were to pass and Google were to retain its vast market power, is there a risk that it could, vastly escalate its measures against publishers and punish them in a similar way to what Meta has done in Canada?
There is, and that's why I think that this type of legislation needs to include must carry, must pay. So, and there, we've been talking, I testified in South Africa, which was looking at this legislation. Australia is now looking at requiring having a must carry provision. Canada is very interested in that idea because it should not be a response that, hey, well, we're just going to censor or block or not carry this specific type of information provider, especially when that is detrimental to the public interest in terms of its informational needs, and doubly pernicious because it's dangerous for the AI systems that are being built on the unfettered scraping of data. So if you take out all the quality information, then what are you left with? You're left with, propaganda, disinformation, junk sites. And so that's not only going to be detrimental to the polis, but also to the systems that they're building. So, they also have a self-interest in this type of legislation, but they would rather be able to pick and choose through individual deals, as they did with Google News Initiative, the Facebook News program, to figure out, well, we like you, we don't like you, and since you have our money, we know you're not going to be too critical. And you can see, OpenAI is taking similar steps now, funding journalism organizations, funding NGOs, research, et cetera. And so I think that, as this legislation progresses, there's safety in numbers. And so we've seen, Illinois had a bill that they were looking at. I think New York is looking at a bill. So we should have these bills in all 50 states and around the world. I'm hoping that the map it is not above me, but there will be a slide theoretically at some point showing just how all of these countries are looking at this legislation. So what are the platforms going to do? Just say, well, we're going to censor the news in every country that we operate in? No, there will be an imbalance there. And so I think that together we will be stronger if every state and the federal level is looking at this legislation.
I mean, I wonder if that kind of provision you just described could, to circle back to your point, Saurabh, that could preclude Google and other platforms discriminating and making these judgments, these value judgments. Have you looked at, public policy measures that could help address that, what you described happening when you were at the Post?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that, first of all, a great deal of self-censorship happens, right? When you're a news organization and one of your stories is flagged and it's an unjust decision and that what you're putting out is not disinformation. The decision whether or not to fight it in the newsroom is interesting. It's often like, well, we got to pick our battles because if we piss them off too much, they might we'll get in trouble with them more later. I mean, it sounds like domestic abuse. It's the abused partner's internal thinking. Like, what if I say something and Zuckerberg doesn't like it? So that's not healthy. And I think that if the financial balance or the market balance is a little bit at least tips in the other direction, it can also have salutary effects in terms of combating censorship, whatever the ideology or worldview of the news organization might be.
So I just wanted to turn to each of you, given when we're talking about this somewhat promising development in California amid a rather bleak, national landscape. What are your reasons for hope in terms of the evolving relationship between the news industry and the platforms? If you want to frame it in those terms at all. Chris, you might not, given the nature of your comments before, but. Yeah. Why don't we start with you? What do you see as
No,
hopeful?
I think on this specific topic, there is reason for optimism. I mean, I've run other businesses that I still remember the date, September 27, 2011, where one of our businesses was instantaneously multi-$100-million business wiped out in totality by a Google search update, never to recover. Those were good conversations with the board of directors that day. Nobody cared. There was some news stories, there's SEO blogs, whatever, but we were totally on our own. And that happens every couple of years. They make these large search updates. I mean, this is the first time in my career where there has been any activity on this front. From the Department of Justice, I encourage everybody to read the ad tech complaint that is going to trial here in September. So there's antitrust activity. There is activity in California. There has been at the federal level as well around the world. AI is getting a lot of attention. I think it's uncommon for our industry to be in litigation of their own with these large, so I would applaud the New York Times efforts and others on that front. So that's a reason to be optimistic, is that we seem to at least have entered the fight.
Yeah, lots of little clusters of hopeful developments. I mean, certainly lots of things that the Biden administration is doing, specifically, within the Federal Trade Commission, the way that Lina Khan thinks, I think, is very promising. Obviously, I think of the TikTok ban, even though it's not really related. It's about an assertion of the political over market power, and that bare assertion of the primacy of politics over markets I think, is a healthy development. These state-level initiatives that we've been discussing. If there's an area of disappointment, I would say it's actually kind of on my side of the aisle or on the right, and it has to do with the fact that around 2020, the right was really energized about reining in big tech. And there was, for example, talk of Section 230 reform and the various committee hearings at which the various senators and members of Congress yelled at executives from the industry. There was, of course, the famous far-left figure Clarence Thomas, who floated in a bit of dicta. People remember, maybe social media should be subject to the common carrier doctrine and so on. But a lot of that is dissipated. And I think that I will name the problem is actually Elon Musk, because lots of people on the right sort of are like, well, we have our platform now. Like, our guy is in charge there. But in fact, it's if you've tried to use it for legitimate news purposes, you know that Twitter has become utterly useless, right? It's flooded with kind of inflammatory videos and just nonsense. And then you have really large news organizations will tweet something like the LA Times or the New York Times, let alone Compact, and they'll have 10 million followers, and they'll tweet something and it'll get one like. There is no way that's organic. Obviously, that's not organic, right? And so, but the right has sort of lost sight of this, the larger issue, at least corners of the right have, because they think our guy. I think that's a big mistake.
I would say I'm not an optimist, but I'm trying to think of something hopeful. So one thing is the bipartisan acknowledgement of the information crisis, and that part of solving that is to support journalism and to force AI companies to pay the costs of doing business, which includes gaining access to data. And the fact that there's bipartisan agreement, again, between like very odd bedfellows gives me hope in a very bleak environment. I think the fact that this legislation is happening in California, the birthplace of, tech and innovation, and the fact is that we need policy innovation as much as we need technological innovation. And I think that, if we can, this is just going to be a drop in the bucket. This is not going to solve the information crisis. This is not going to save journalism. But there's also this broader recognition that we need to address the market imbalances. And there's been, I'm optimistic because a far more rapid acknowledgement and recognition of the problem with the newest evolution of AI, the fact that there is so much already concentrated power in AI among these existing big tech firms, and we can't simply wait around for a decade until we try to get to grips with what they're doing to our industry and to the economy more broadly. I think there's a recognition, an increasing recognition of the tie between what happens on main streets around the country and our information environment and the role that tech is playing, these big tech firms is playing in all of those, and that you can be anti-big tech and want to break them up, but still be very pro-innovation, very pro-tech. I'm a sixth-generation Californian, went to Berkeley, worked in the first dot-com bubble bust, sold digital ads. It was a different environment. Like, we are not anti-tech. We are pro-tech, pro-innovation, pro-choice for consumers to get information from a wide variety of sources and not have that manipulated by the most powerful cabal in the world. So I'm shocked because I rarely can think about optimistic things. So congratulations and thank you for that.
Thanks. I guess we have a couple minutes left. 1 minute. Okay. I just wondered, whether we're looking at, it's debate day. We're thinking about the prospect of a different administration. What do you see as the likelihood of not of who's going to win, but how this terrain will shift if Trump manages to win?
At least as it relates to similar legislation being enacted federally that is in the works in California. The sponsors for that legislation federally have been very deep, broad, and represent virtually all factions of the federal government. So obviously very hard to predict, but maybe it's lost some momentum, as you pointed out, but I don't really think it is a partisan issue. It really just comes down to, can anything move in the United States Congress? That's a question. But on this topic, I think there is support from both parties.
And do you think public opinion, is sympathetic to the antitrust side of things?
I think public opinion is very difficult. First of all, it's difficult to understand what's possibly happening, in my own opinion. In that, because these platforms advertise themselves as free, and it isn't clear, people are busy, they got too many things to do to worry about just the fact that the data that is being pilfered from all of us is being used and knowingly being used in harmful ways. I don't know if people have a lot of time to really think about that, frankly. So that's concerning.
And the platforms are leveraging their platforms to propagandize against this legislation, right? In Brazil, they use the front page of the search page to propagandize against similar legislation. But I think, we have several more months until the election, until whoever wins takes office. So let's use the existing regulatory authority that we have. Let's use it. We have several. We just heard, from the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, from the FCC chair. Like, we have a lot of existing regulatory authority that we need to use, and we have this bipartisan legislation. And I think that it's hard for people to understand just how detrimental this concentration of power is and how much we're losing our freedom and liberty. But it does seem to me like the AI issues and the constant reporting about all of the negative impacts of rolling out generative AI applications without without proper safeguards and thinking about the implications, like, people are concerned about that. So maybe there's a little bit of hope for public opinion.
Great. All right. Well, listen, on that note, thank you all.
Thank you. Great. Well, thank you for great moderation, Betsy. I want to remind everyone that we will be hearing from Ambassador Katherine, the U.S. Trade Representative, in a little bit, and I hope you'll stick around for the next few minutes, for the next couple of hours, so that you can join us for the happy hour at the end of the day. But before we get to happy hour, first I would like to bring up panel 4, about panel 5, Winning the Fight Against Disinformation and Manipulation of Elections, which Barry will be moderating.
Hello, everybody. It's these lights are very bright up here. Before I do introductions, I just want to remind you that there is the happy hour just after Katherine speaks, and I also want to thank the folks from the last panel. That was actually, a pretty great conversation. We have a really terrific panel here. I'm not going to actually do traditional introductions, because you can read it online. You can read it, in the materials that have been handed out. There's packets in the back. I am going to start with Christina Kafara. And Christina often likes to say she doesn't need an introduction, and she doesn't. Most people know who Christina Kafara is in this business. But I just do want to say that Christina Kafara is one of the bravest people in this fight on either side of the Atlantic, anywhere in the world right now. Because all of you are part of different communities in your life, different societies, groups of people with whom you sort of grew up with or sort of developed careers with. And to go against a society of people because you believe that what they're doing is wrong, a lot of people will choose not to do that. And Christina has done that. So that's my introduction of Christina. She is somebody who actually has, sort of done something that's quite brave. And then after that we have Sarah Myers-West, who I will go to next, and then immediately after that, sort of Sarah Wiley. But anyway, I want to start. This is going to be somewhat of a conversation where we are supposed to be talking about disinformation and elections. And it's not just prospective. We're going to be somewhat retrospective here, because we just had important elections in Europe. And then we're kind of in between elections, because, as a lot of you know, in France, the last set of elections at the European level have led to elections at the state level in France. So given how tightly this conversation is tied together on both, around the world, but especially between enforcers here in Washington and enforcers in Brussels and enforcers elsewhere in Europe. I just want to go first to Christina and sort of, parliamentary elections. Some people just, would say, Actually, not much changed at all in Europe. And then another way to look at it is we've actually just seen the first part of an earthquake.
Thank you, Barry, and I want to start by thanking you indeed for that generous introduction. And really, I need to mention that you personally were very instrumental in the way in which my thinking in Europe evolved over the years and really coming to this side of things. We just had an election which is effectively one of the first in this mega cycle of elections that we're having across the world, and it has triggered, as you say, an election in France in which President Macron essentially is throwing the gauntlet to the French people. He's saying, me or chaos, you choose. So there is a lot riding on that, because the outcome of that election in France will color a lot of what happens in Europe. As you say, ostensibly, not much has changed. There has been no major incident during the election. At the same time, it is very, very clear that the landscape of information has changed, and there has been interference in this election, witnessed by the shift to the right in France and in Germany in particular. There is, in Europe, a law that has been passed. There are a number of laws. The particular one that deals with misinformation, disinformation, interference is the Digital Service Act. And that is credited for having some hope of perhaps moderating some of the worst extremes. So indeed, there has been no major incident, but it isn't to say that interference hasn't been major. There has been evidence which is documented, for example, that platforms like TikTok have been not effective at spotting adverts, for example, or communications that would not be appropriate. There were calls by civil society to introduce break glass kind of measures. They were not adopted. There's been a sort of a sense, well, let's hope that it doesn't get too bad, and ultimately the Commission is learning lessons. So I'd say that in some sense we haven't had major disaster, but it isn't to say that we don't see, and there isn't evidence of actual extensive interference from Russian agents, from Chinese agents into the process. It's still the case.
And sort of looking ahead to the next commission, you know, based on what we know now, I mean, and as we mentioned, things could change really dramatically at the end of this month with the elections in France. But with the conservatives, with the victory that they've had, the centrist conservatives, my understanding is we're going to see more of the same when it comes to competition policy. Or do you see it somewhat differently?
What troubles me most about the whole discussion around competition enforcement in Europe is that the framing around power is not yet mainstream. We heard the Commissioner this morning talk about democracy and the role of antitrust in democracy. This is a conversation that in the US is reasonably well established. The current enforcers are making really, as we heard Jonathan Kanter, we know about Lena, this is a major driving force. In Europe, this narrative is much less prevalent. It is beginning, you know, the Commissioner said something, some enforcer may say something. Europe remains in the main technocratic and neoliberal when it comes to enforcing antitrust. We pride ourselves for having been the first to introduce laws, and that is commendable. That is not something I want to undermine. Of course, the Parliament, in record time, a great democracy sign, has passed laws. But the discussion around what we can achieve through antitrust and where the emphasis should be, how do we tackle power, is not there. The conversation in Europe has been entirely funneled in the last 4 years into this law, and then some sort of academic blah blah about fairness and contestability. The notion that we are faced with enormous power which cannot be dispersed through this regulation is not one that is embraced. We continue to tell ourselves the tale that if we enforce, we will be able to do something to improve the lot of our citizens and our the digital firms. This is not achievable. These rules are about incremental improvements at the margin. You're not going to disperse the market power of Apple because you have a couple of app stores inside iOS. This is simply not going to happen. Commendable as that is, no one wants to hear this conversation. The conversation about how do we tackle really gigantic power is not being had. The level of intellectual discussion is extremely disappointing. And let me make a final point on this. The conversation you have here about the power you face is serious and grave and all the consequences of that. Think about us in Europe. The even worse thing is none of it is ours. None of it. We are basically using levels of the internet stack, none of which we own. Every single one of these infrastructures is not ours. So to make it worse, one wonders what have we been thinking over the last few years? We are essentially at every level, citizens, businesses, governments, using Microsoft, Amazon, Google infrastructure. None of it is ours. We were talking resilience before, sovereignty before. What if this infrastructure turns hostile on Europe? We are lost. Where is the thinking about how do we, as Europeans, secure a modicum of independence? These companies are going around bribing governments. Here's 10 billion for a data center, Germany. Here's 5 billion for training your civil service. In exchange for, leave us a little bit alone, will you? Nothing too painful. So this is the reality, and I think that what we will see, to go back finally to your question, worries me. Because, I think we will continue to see this attempt to enforce a regulation which is ultimately not capable of dispersing this power. Companies will resist it. Nothing much will change. And we will be sucking our teeth and saying, oh, I don't know. What do we do? That's where I leave it.
That's a good place to leave it. Sarah West, you and AMBICAC, just in the last couple of years, have entirely transformed the conversation around AI. And it's actually, it's because one of the things that you did first, before anyone else really got into this business, and we did a good here at Open Markets report on AI and power last November, but you guys were way ahead of the curve on everybody else. Part of this was you and AMBA went inside FTC for a period of time. From this sort of perspective of, looking at the state of our communications infrastructure at this moment when these AI technologies are being sort of introduced, and combining that with the realities of power, how bad is it? And I just you've often talked about how these corporations started off presenting themselves as sort of the curators, the generous, wise, neutral curators of the public square. Is that true, or are we seeing something radically different, and where are we going?
Thank you, Barry. And I want to first really concur with the picture that Christina just painted. I think that what has motivated a lot of the work that AMBA and I have been doing comes out of a recognition that, our enforcement agencies are doing the job. They are up to the task. They are, very assertively enforcing the law that we have on the books. And the economic and political power of these firms has grown so significantly that, some of the penalties that they'll receive amount to like a budget line that they account for every year. And so, it's for that reason that we recognize that, whatever sort of tech policy issue you want to be working on, you need to start first with combating the concentrated power of these firms. And if you don't really wrangle with that, you're not going to be able to get far on these issues that sort of then get pushed out to the edges. So turning to your question, I think, let's take a step back and look at the arc of history with how some of these large tech firms have presented themselves. If you roll back the clock to the early aughts, these firms were using a lot of rhetoric that presented themselves as, a public square, as, there was a Twitter VP that called themselves the free speech wing of the free speech party. It was sort of this very democratic ethos that, aligned with the use of these platforms as core places where speech was happening. That's actually one of the things that really brought me into working in this space, was recognizing that, if you talk about governance of the internet, these companies were becoming governors of the internet. They were becoming the place where, democratic speech was happening. And I think that what has happened over time is a slow and steady recognition that, one, that role has grown, that they have, you can post on whatever platform or whatever, your own website or anywhere. The odds are very likely that anybody who's going to access, your content, if we call it that, is going to access it through one of these platforms. That's how they're going to come across the information that you need in order for a democracy to function. So concentration of access to communications on these platforms, and if these companies are stepping up into these governing roles, they've been very poor stewards. They've really, I think, not acted in the public interest because they're for-profit companies. They have fiduciary responsibility to shareholders. That's not going to guide them in the directions that the public ultimately needs. And I think that this constellation of issues, we're now several years into recognizing this very thorny tangle of problems that we've become enmeshed in. And now I think we're finally moving towards, movement towards the solutions. But again, unless you really confront the business model, the source of their economic power, and really the fundamental democratic problem of how do you, as any single nation state, be able to confront companies that have, revenues that are larger than many nations' GDP. These are really difficult problems, but ones that we need to really urgently be working on.
So I have a quick follow-up question, but I actually have even a quicker follow-up question, which is, anybody who's actually believed that these for-profit corporations with this much governance power was looking out for the public interest was a sucker?
It was always a marketing play, right?
But sorry, I need to jump in. The reason that you call me brave is because I worked for this company for many years, right? So I do understand economic incentives. They are profit companies. So when we in Europe lament that they do not readily comply to regulation, and we say, you're maliciously complying. Say, how dumb is that? They're not maliciously complying. They're doing what they gotta do. Protect revenue, protect income, protect for the foreseeable future. Every year you kick that into the longer grass, it is money. So this is the reason why this stuff cannot succeed, because not they are malicious, they're doing something which is absolutely economically rational. And until we understand that, we are just kind of fuffing.
So, and then, which is a great jumping off point to where we are in the States. We have, in the United States, we have Jonathan Kanter, we have Lina Khan, and, frankly, right now, in the United States, this is the greatest period of antitrust enforcement in history. If you remember your 8th grade civics books, reading about the Standard Oil case or what was happening in the 1930s under FDR, this is the greatest moment in history, and these guys are just getting going. But after 40 years of not doing this, there's kind of a pretty big set of problems. So actually, Sarah, Wes, you've been very, your particular focus is on AI. There's been a number of efforts, conversations here in the United States to sort of develop a regulatory framework. The White House put out an executive order. The Senate, I know that you've very focused on what Senator Schumer, his process. Was that a good, did that process result in anything that's actually really actionable, useful?
Did it result in anything actionable? No.
Useful?
If you turn back the clock to where we started, like when Senator Schumer announced his Insight Forums, there were already, I think, like 40 some odd legislative proposals that could have been brought to the floor right then and there. That's not even talking about the many legislative proposals that have been introduced even before that, or the fact that that's only looking at AI, and many of the things that relate to AI have been worked on for decades before. There's been mountains of work ready to go if you were very serious about trying to regulate this industry. And so the notion that we had to, because of this renewed AI hype cycle, just start from the beginning, I think is misleading. Certainly there are things that are unique about the moment that we're in, but I think what we were saying back in April of 2023 is this is a moment for swift action, and there's a very clear set of policy interventions that could have been made ages ago.
So without calling motives into question, we've lost a year at least.
Yeah, we've kind of run down the clock, I think, for this Congress, and I think it's a shame that we weren't able to move more quickly here.
So Sarah Wiley, Sarah, as you guys would see by reading up on her bio, is an expert in ad tech and the advertising business, So I know you've been spending a lot of time in town sort of getting prepared for one of these big cases against Google, which the DOJ is about to begin in September. Bringing us back to the focus of this conversation, AI and disinformation, AI and sort of the disruption of elections, is there anything that you've seen, how bad is it? Do we have any evidence that's compelling that this is a major problem at this point, or any evidence to the contrary?
Yes, definitely. I guess I would start by bringing it back to the business model. The business model of the internet is advertising. And we have seen at Check My Ads that business model is broken severely. One of the reasons to understand behind how ad tech works on the internet is advertisers do not place ads themselves on the internet. They have a whole host of people that do this for them. Assistant Kanter brought up the middlemen. We also refer to them as middlemen. And these middlemen act not in the best interest of their clients being publishers, their clients being advertisers, their clients being consumers. What we see over and over again is promises that these middlemen make is to put advertising, to monetize content that is legitimate publishers. Oh, we won't put your ad on, kind of things that are horrible, election disinformation, just to bring it back to that, anti-Semitic content, hate, harassment. These middlemen promise advertisers that they will not put their ads on that content, but we see that happening over and over and over again, that they break those promises and they break their own policies. To go back to AI, there was a very interesting article that just came out by 404 Media. If you don't read 404 Media yet, this is a plug for them. They do amazing work, and they're pretty new to the space. They spent $365 to spin up a fake website that essentially scraped all of their content, and were able to hook it up to AdSense, Google AdSense, and they were able to get it SEO optimized, so showing up in Google search rankings. Right now, Google does not take into account how content was made, if it was made algorithm or by AI when they're doing their search rankings. They also don't take into account, whether information was scraped or made by AI when monetizing that content either. So we are seeing that this is a huge problem. We are seeing that the ad industry is behind in addressing the technology.
Actually, and this real quick on this, because I saw Jason Kent was here earlier. And we've had conversations for years in this town about why the advertising industry has not been demanding better service. Because it's not just publishers who are being screwed; it's advertisers who are being screwed. And so, is it? This is a leading question, but is it fear or just confusion or just being out to lunch? What?
I think it's a little bit of all of the above. We see that, I will say that I believe that there is a turn that's starting to take place. An example pretty recently is Match.com as well as Walmart found their ads being served alongside CCM materials, child sexual abuse material on Meta. And they were rightfully very upset about this, wrote to Zuckerberg, and Zuckerberg did nothing. So they allowed their internal emails to be used in a lawsuit that is happening in New Mexico that is claiming that Meta has basically made this platform available for child trafficking. So I will say that there is starting to be a bit of a turn with advertisers here. That said, I think that a lot of the trade organizations that are involved are sadly captured by Google and some of these tech companies. If you look at any of the large trade organizations or large trade conferences that are happening, Google is the #1 sponsor. So I feel that there is a bit of a fear there.
Christine, I want to bring it back to you for a sec, and actually to help unpack some of this question of where does Europe go? You were telling me, so Andreas Schwab, some of you will remember that at our AI conference last November 15th, we had Andreas. He was supposed to be here, but he got the COVID, but he got on video, and he sort of videoed in from Brussels. And Andreas is sort of the father, the parent of a lot of Europe's most advanced sort of regulatory, the new laws that have been coming out. And Christina, you were telling me that you were just hanging out with Andreas, and he's kind of come to the conclusion that the regulatory laws in and of themselves, not enough.
So I think what is dawning in Europe on people is that, of course, we've got this set of laws, as I say, on the book. The critical issue is implementation, and we haven't done very well so far. Remember, we have GDPR, one of the most powerful privacy laws in history, which is simply not being implemented because implementation, the agencies in Europe that are supposed to implement it are incredibly ineffectual. And, of course, there is the resistance of big tech. We have had enforcement, which has failed in tech. And then now we are pivoting to this regulation in the hope that it somehow, notwithstanding it being based on the same antitrust principle, which exclude ultimately structural relief, because in Europe we will never touch structurally an American company, notwithstanding all this, we are continuing to hope that some of this will stick. As I say, marginal, peripheral. So I think what is going on in Europe now that we have a new commission, of course all the political games are happening today and in the next few weeks in Europe until we have stable commission with nominated commissioners. But the sense is very strongly that Europe now has gone possibly as far as it can in terms of trying to regulate. It is not going to be transformative. Yes, the regulators have got to be more descriptive, more prescriptive, because frankly, as I said earlier, polluters are going to pollute. What do you expect them to do? Regulators have got to regulate. They need to do what they need to be prescriptive. There is a momentum now in Europe which is born out of a realization that is not sort of new, but we are in a particularly difficult spot as a continent. We are sort of stuck between the US, notwithstanding all your problems, you're doing fine economically, and China. We are not doing well. The economy is weak. We are not in a good place. Productivity is low, growth is limited, digitization is very limited, and innovation is not happening to the extent you'd expect of a continent of 450 million people. All sorts of structural reasons for this. But essentially, now there is a momentum behind, oh my God, what do we do to lift ourselves out of this hole? And so there is a notion that we need to power up ultimately industrial policy, industrial strategy, call it as you like. Of course, there are all sorts of pitfalls and perils in there. I'm hoping that the digital component of this will also be awakened. The notion that we need to make public good investment in infrastructure that is ours, and that in some sense does not depend on big tech. Because we are not going to succeed in taming. The power framing is super important. And finally, I mean, to Sarah's point, we have discussions on AI in Europe, and incidentally, the business model of AI is not entirely advertising. It is not relying on advertising for monetization as yet. It is all sorts of other things, but not just advertising. So the discussion is about how do we somehow control bad outcomes once you have the productization. But no amount of competition at the level of final products, more robots, more robots, more robots, is going to actually disperse the power upstream. This is the reality. And that's what we need to absolutely come to terms with.
I want to come back to this issue of digital public infrastructure. But actually, first I want to go to Sarah West. Keeping the focus for a second on Europe, and I know you guys do a lot of work in Europe. The AI Act, sort of Dragos Tudorache last year, sort of, put together a pretty good piece of legislation. Is that sort of, did that kind of fall into the same problem here? Is nice piece of paper, nice bill, but there's no sword behind it?
Yeah, I mean, so hopefully something got passed. That's more than others have been able to do. But I think exactly the proof is in the pudding. It's how does this then get implemented? What are the gaps and loopholes that were introduced in the final text, and what gaps and loopholes will be introduced in the implementation process? So the short answer is great that there is an AI Act that was passed, but where does it then take us in terms of actual meaningful enforcement, and the jury's very much still out there.
Okay. So real quick, we're moving just to, I think, okay, yeah. So the Ambassador Tai is here. So moving just towards solutions, because we know what the problems are, but, so Sarah Wiley, just starting with you, in 2-3 sentences, what do we need to do now? We clearly have enforcers in the United States who are eager to act, and sometimes they just feel, as we heard earlier with FCC Chair Rosenworcel, they feel like they just don't have the authority. So that you have eager actors without the law behind them. But what do we need here?
I would say 3 main things. There has been a very interesting proposal, it didn't go anywhere, called the America Act. It was introduced by Senator Lee, as well as Klobuchar was behind that. We need to regulate the conflicts of interest in the advertising industry. We can do that with ownership limits. No large, powerful company should be able to own all sides of the ad tech chain, which right now Google is facing that in court, but we need to codify that. The second thing that I would say is advertisers need the right to know where their ad spend is actually ending up. These large companies do not give access, the granular access that advertisers need in order to track their ad spend efficiently or effectively. And they should have the right to know where their ad spend is ending up.
Terrific. And Sarah West, what is it we need now that will allow us to?
So structural interventions, particularly that are going to contest this emerging business model that is leading to very toxic behaviors by companies. So the ownership of infrastructure, of model marketplaces, of the platform ecosystem, which is the only path to, any attempt at profit in the AI marketplace. So structural separation that really gets at the mixed motives that emerge from that kind of structure. In the U.S. context, I'm really concerned that the conversation around public investment, which is focused predominantly on AI, is going to essentially work in ways that are going to prop up the power of this exact same big tech firms. And so I think also as that conversation unfolds, which is a big thrust of the Schumer roadmap, it's a big thrust of like this sort of move towards, just widespread AI adoption, we need to be asking, why are we using AI in the first place? Is it in fact the right fit for the use case? And start sort of rebuilding from the ground up what has become this sort of breezy presumption that AI is equal to innovation or AI is going to lead to greater efficiency when we really do not see evidence at the moment that supports even that these systems work as claimed. So contesting some of those premises as they are actively shaping the policy conversation that we're having in the U.S.
Great. And just bringing two things together, your statement about structural separation is what we need. And actually the America Act, which was sponsored by Senator Lee, a Republican, a Libertarian Republican, but on this issue, he's with us. He understands it. And both Jonathan Kanter and the DOJ, in his case against Google on ad tech, and Senator Lee, it's the same thing, structural separation. So, Christina, last word. Sarah West just said, in the United States, public investment not necessarily the way to go, especially at least with AI in the Schumer context. But in Europe,
what we need is structural separation that will be led by the United States, not by Europe. In Europe, no one will do it. That said, even if we carve out the bit of ad tech, which is in the middle between demand and supply, and it's a great solution for advertising, it doesn't disperse the power of the others. What do we do about Microsoft? What do we do about the others? So let's not just kind of focus on one case is going to save the world. Even if that case came to an end, and even if we do structural separation, it's not going to actually disperse power of the others who are sitting there and watching. So for me, where I sit in Europe, it is important that we think about ways of disintermediating, ways of investing in structures that are not entirely fully dominated by these giants. I think that's our only path. It may not be a complete solution. It needs to come together with regulation, of course, but that's what it is.
And actually, you and I, when we were talking yesterday, you said India's done it, Brazil has done it, Taiwan has done it.
There are countries out there, and because we are the global north, we never look anywhere else, but there are countries out there who have said, from the outset, we don't want to rely on American infrastructure. So India is over there, and Taiwan is over there, and Brazil and others. So why don't we in Europe, where rich is God, do something about it? That is my position.
Thank you all. And I can have a round of applause for this great... I believe Ambassador Tai is in the room, so, and Audrey. Oh, there. Come on, yeah. All All right, so I'm going to turn over the introduction to Audrey Steenon. So I'm going to introduce Audrey Steenon from Open Markets. We were supposed to have Frank Foer, but on Monday, Frank, it turned out he was ill and was not able to make it. And Audrey, who organized an event this very week on Monday, stepped right into the breach, so she's one of the true stars of the Open Markets Institute, and I'm going to turn over the conversation. Oh, okay. You want the, okay. All right. So introduction. So Katherine Tai. We didn't practice this part. So over the years, I've met many trade representatives in the United States, and the thing about Katherine Tai is she absolutely breaks the mold. Katherine Tai earned her role not by being the president's best friend, although I understand that that's actually something that is being rectified. Perhaps you weren't the president's best friend before, but maybe it's more the case now. Katherine Tai, this is the key thing, and then I'm going to turn it over because Katherine Tai also is someone who doesn't need any introductions anymore. But Katherine Tai earned her job thanks to her vast experience studying the threats posed by the Chicago School of Political Economy and how it affects trade and how it affects the security of our nation in ways that are fundamentally subversive of our security and fundamentally subversive of the interests of all the peoples in the world. So Katherine Tai we have a few heroes here in America today who are alive and walking our streets here in Washington, and Katherine Tai happens to be one of them.
And I'll only add, I was, as Barry mentioned, not planning on being part of this event. There are very few people for whom I would have done this about-face, and it was absolutely an honor to be able to be doing this with you. A year ago, you joined us on a very differently themed event on the next world system, and you presented the Biden administration's vision for trade policy. And as part of that, you focused on the need to shift away from a trade system that saw people primarily through the lens of being consumers. And I'm going to quote from you. You said that what is at stake is the ability of Americans as workers, consumers, innovators, inventors, content creators, entrepreneurs, and community members to enjoy their rights to privacy and liberty and their access to democracy and opportunity. So can you tell us a bit more about how your approach to trade relates to democracy?
Yes, absolutely. I'm delighted to be here with you, Audrey. I'm delighted to be here with all of you. And this is the one-year anniversary of that. It was an incredible experience for me to be here with all of you last year. I do love this very, very pointed question about, essentially, what is the trade rep doing here at a conference where our focus really is on democracy? And there are a couple of ways for me to come at this. One of them is just to tell the story of what we're trying to do on trade right now in the Biden administration. President Biden gave us a couple instructions at the very beginning of the term. The first one was, as the trade rep, you are part of the foreign policy team, so you must demonstrate to the rest of the world that America is back. The second one, you are part of the economic policy team. So you must be an active member of the team to restore a sense of opportunity to ordinary Americans, to help us grow the middle class, and to help us create a pathway for those who are not in the middle class to join the middle class. That's what he means by middle-out economics. And so for trade, then, what he asked for was, please do trade in a new way that puts the interest of our workers at the center. And so we call it the worker-centered trade policy. And really what our orientation is to conceive of the human being in our economy as more than just a consumer, but also a worker, content creator, small business owner, entrepreneur, and remind ourselves that in the world of trade policy, in these very kind of airy, esoteric, elite conversations that we find ourselves in, to never lose sight of the fact of who you're working for, which is the American people. And that focus on the people, and it really brings us back to the core of the idea of democracy, which is in that Greek, I think, word demos, which means the people. And so it's about keeping in our minds the goal to grow the middle class, to create more economic opportunity for whom? For our people. And I think that that is the foundation for our thinking about trade and our conviction that what we do in trade policy is directly tied to the values and the vitality of our democracy.
And there was another statement that you made in that speech, which I feel like went under the radar at the moment, but has since its importance has become much more clear. So I'll quote once more. You mentioned that trade policy must respect the space for our domestic policymakers, regulators, enforcement officials, and legislators to debate and determine appropriate frameworks governing the relationship between government, technology, business, and the public interest. So we've heard a lot today about, and I'll cite Courtney, who mentioned as well about this growing threat from these dominant tech players who leverage their market power and turn that into political power. And so I want to go back to the statement you made. How does that relationship between those four groups, right, the government, technology, business, and the public interest, fit into those concerns that you mentioned about democracy?
Certainly. So I think it's really important when we're talking about policy space to create the space for policy debate, for decision-making on the part of a government, on the part of a country. What are we talking about? This is where I think that on the left and the right, we use slightly different terminology, but we're really talking about the same thing and the same concept. We talk a lot about public policy space, the space for our policymakers and leaders to forge policies on behalf of the United States. I think that on the right, more often than not, the same concept is expressed using the terminology of sovereignty, that a country gets to decide for itself what it's going to do. It's about its own governance. When you bring both of those concepts together, though, it is about the ability of America and American people to decide the policies that are going to govern the American economy, the American polity. And what we are very, very conscious of and sensitive to is the role of trade policy, trade negotiators, the international trading system to complement our system, but not to supersede it. That it is our responsibility to figure out what the right balance is between the roles of the technology companies, our government, our civil society, our people, in determining the rules that govern here. And how, as the trade representative, I and my agency and the administration here can participate in a way where we can complement but not overtake or put a thumb on the scale in terms of defining the space where America decides for itself and where America can't decide for itself because it's already been decided through an external process somewhere very far away amongst a bunch of elites.
And so much of today's conversation has been about shaping the tech sector through tech policy. And I want to define what that means in the trade space, right? When we talk about trade, people usually are thinking about, container ships filled with physical goods. And if we're talking about technology trade, we're thinking of iPhones and the semiconductors being shipped from one country to the next. But the digital economy is less tangible. And yet that also falls in your remit of what you're looking at. So when we talk about digital trade, what exactly is the good that is crossing borders that is being looked at?
Yes. This is such a great question because the digital trade conversation, it's been hard. I was actually asked by a senator, and I went in to talk to him, and I said, I think that is important for us to talk about digital trade. And he's not on my committee of jurisdiction, but he is working on issues that relate to democracy and opportunity. And so he started by saying, okay, just back up. Please define digital trade for me. And I thought, this is a really important moment for me to try to articulate what it is. And what I've managed to do is to be able to tell a very short story, which is for a long time, what we have thought about in the trade realm is rules for e-commerce. This started 20 years ago. I think it was the Singapore FTA where we had the first e-commerce chapter. And if you think about 20 years ago, that was the early 2000s, when Amazon was still an online bookstore, really. That was mostly all that Amazon was at the time. And so when we were thinking about rules for e-commerce that, relate to trade, it was about the rules that would foster a positive environment for goods to cross borders in a traditional trade transaction sense. And so maybe it was the bits and bytes that would facilitate the kind of traditional trade transaction. Jump forward now, 20-some years later, and when we're talking about digital trade, what's very, very quickly obvious as you become fluent in the debates that are going on right now and all the conversations that have happened here today is that digital trade is no longer just about facilitating traditional trade transactions. There's a little bit about it, but really the bits and bytes that we used to think about as basically just, greasing the wheels of international commerce have now become the thing of value in itself. And that is the data. We are deep in the era of big data. Data is extremely powerful, especially when you've accumulated it. The amount of information that's in there, what you can know about people, really specifically, and what you can do with that knowledge is amazing and also terrifying at the same time. And you also have to link it back to the business models of all of these technology companies. And this is where that seminal work by Shoshana Zuboff called Surveillance Capitalism comes into play. We have our own silos in terms of our policy areas. And so when surveillance capitalism was first mentioned to me, I couldn't unpack it. I now appreciate surveillance capitalism is a capitalistic business model that is built on collecting all of our data, monetizing that, making it really profitable. And then the questions that arise in there around rights. What are your privacy rights? What are your rights to the data that you've generated that you're not being compensated for? What are your rights if you're a content creator, a creative, in terms of copyright? There are currently some very, very high-profile litigation going on around artists whose work has been used to feed the OpenAI, ChatGPT generative AI model, who are completely uncompensated for a long recognized right that they've had. In light of all of that development, what's become clear is digital trade is incredibly consequential in a way that goes beyond the traditional realm of goods transactions to affecting all of these aspects of not just our economy, but the fundamental power balance and our information ecosystems, our society, and then ultimately also our democracy.
And in the last few decades, especially following the Cold War, so much of the assumption around trade was that free trade or allowing more goods to transfer across borders, especially in the digital realm as well, that would help pro-democracy forces and would strengthen democracies around the world. And that meant that we didn't really need to worry about whether our trade partners were democracies or autocracies. And as a result, many of our largest trade partners are autocratic governments or countries with autocratic governments. So today, as we think about the threats that autocracies pose to democratic societies and the ways that they use technology to do this, how should the U.S. negotiate on issues like digital trade with trade partners who are also accused of using technology to undermine democracy?
This is a really great and profound question. We can review a little bit of the history and go back to the 1930s through World War II to the founding of Bretton Woods, which I think next month we're coming up on the 80th anniversary. So it's been 8 decades of this post-World War II Bretton Woods system that is built on the rock of a transatlantic commitment and partnership of what we would now call market-based democracies to invest in each other, to work together, and to together fend off the threats coming from non-market autocracies. Threats from the left of communism, threats from the right from fascism. And I think that's a really important frame to keep in mind. Because of the power of data married up with who owns that data, whether in our system it's a lot of concentrated power in the private sector, in our companies, or in these autocratic systems where the data is ultimately held and possessed by these non-democratic governments, I think it is absolutely something we have to think very, very carefully about when we're negotiating these types of deals, which is who are you negotiating with? Not all governments are the same. And what is the balance that you are striking between companies and the government, between the governments, and then how are you taking into account that there are other voices, there are other entities and other people and communities and sectors with rights that need to be reflected in these types of arrangements. So they're really, really important questions, and they're ones that we really have to pay attention to. They're not necessarily the questions that have come up in our traditional goods trade agreements, even though I think even in those cases, they're questions that we should have been asking all along, because as it turns out, just trading more with autocratic governments, just making them richer, didn't make them more democratic. It just made them richer. And that's something that we're having to contend with every single day today.
And I think I have time for one more question. So I'm going to flip the question, or flip the side there in terms of who our trading partners are. This event, the very first speaker that we had was European Commission's Executive Vice President, Margrethe Vestager. And she described the democratic values shared between the US and Europe in the post-war years. And she highlighted liberty, choice, and pluralism, and discussed the way that informed the project of European integration. And you were just discussing the Bretton Woods institutions as well. Like, those post-war years were clearly ones in which the concerns about protecting democracy from illiberalism were top of mind for world leaders. And that informed all of these institutions that were created. So in light of that history, in light of everything that we've heard today about the threats that disinformation poses to journalism and that disruptions to information systems pose to our democracy, how can trade policy contribute to combating some of those threats?
That's a great question. So I'm going to answer it in 2 parts. First part is there are actually many, many ongoing digital trade negotiations right now in the world. And the United States is a part of a number of these negotiations. I wanted to first just say that there's some crazy rumor mill out there that the United States opposes these negotiations going forward. That is not true, including at the WTO. The United States is committed to being a part of these negotiations, but we're also committed to pressing our fellow trade negotiators to open their minds and to realize that what they're negotiating is about more than just the grease of, facilitating the cogs of international traditional trade transactions. that what is implicated or what can be implicated in these negotiations is really significant and consequential, and that we as trade negotiators have a responsibility to break out of our silos, to break out of the silo of our own traditions, and to start asking questions, and to start connecting the dots, and being able to answer the question, what exactly is it that we're negotiating, and how does it advance our interests, whether it's economic opportunity, and more of it, whether it's supporting democracy. So that's my first answer to your question. The second part of my answer to your question is I'm going to tell a little bit of a story here. I know that, I had the incredible honor to meet the great Margrethe at the Summit for Democracies hosted in Seoul, not last year, but the year before. And I got a chance to talk to her, truly inspiring. And it was around that time that she was just publishing her book, which is How to Stand Up to a Dictator. And I know that Maria actually was very, very interested in coming to this conference, but couldn't make it work with her travel schedule. But I just wanted to take a moment, and I hope she doesn't mind, to talk a little bit about what I learned from my conversation with Maria and my own reading of her book, which is I knew what she had gone through during the Duterte years in the Philippines, being very specifically targeted as a journalist by the government. And so I started reading her book, expecting that that was the story she was going to tell. And to be fair, that is part of the story she tells. When she calls the book How to Stand Up to a Dictator, Duterte is one of the figures she's talking about. But he's not the only one, because the other part of the story that she tells is about the hope that she had early on with the advent of social media in terms of the democratizing opportunities of spreading information to more people, giving them the tools to make decisions about their lives and how they engage with their fellow countrymen. And then seeing how that hope was distorted. And the second part of her story in How to Stand Up to a Dictator, that second dictator is Mark Zuckerberg. And her experience with Facebook and seeing what the Facebook algorithms were doing starting in 2014 to distort the information ecosystem. And what's happened since then, which is a lot of what we're living through right now. And so I think, if I'm going to bring this answer together, it's going to be what can trade policy do to be a force for good in this age of digital transformation? What we can do as trade negotiators, as trade policy professionals, is to actively participate in breaking down the silos that keep us in our lane, and to connect ourselves to more conversations, to the antitrust community, to the journalism community, to everyone out there who cares about the things that we care about in our democracy, around economic opportunity, around political participation, around the integrity of our information ecosystems, and understand that today everything is connected, and understand the role that we are playing to make sure that the role we are playing is going to be a positive one. And we don't accidentally, because we have deal fever, because we are programmed as trade negotiators to show that we can conclude trade agreements, it is more important to understand what it is we're negotiating and what effect that's going to have on our country, on our democracy, and on the world. And I think that that's where I will end my answer, which is to say thank you so much for this opportunity to engage with all of you, to be a part of this conversation, and to allow me to break out of my silo of trade to engage with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you again to Ambassador Tai. I'm going to pass it back to Courtney and Barry.
Well, yes, thank you so much. What a perfect way to end what has been, I think, a really critical conversation that indeed talked about the wide array of problems that we're facing, but really tried to drill down into a lot of the solutions that we have, the antitrust, the rights, trade, law. We actually have a lot of solutions, and we need to marshal those. So just before we wrap up, I'd like to thank our partners at The Guardian US, Mel, Rachel, Matt, Kay, Blake, and Betsy, also Chris Aglianteri from the Los Angeles Times and the National Press Club, and everyone who was working behind the scenes to make this happen. And Barry, I'll leave you with the last word.
Thank you, Courtney. Also, I'm going to start with some thanks. I want to thank Kat Dill, who produced two events this week, an all-day event on Monday and a 5-hour event today. That's pretty amazing for 1 week. Also, Kanzeta and Esmeralda and Jess and Ashley. These guys did a fantastic job, and the whole rest of the team as well. I mean, everybody chipped in, but those five really sort of led the way. And also, ACT TV, you guys were great partners. Really enjoyed working with you. And the speakers today, what an amazing set of speakers. I'm just going to do real quick 4 quotes just to give a sense of where we've gone today. The first goal of a tyrant is to control our communications. That was Jonathan Kanter standing right here. Today we face a threat of authoritarianism. That was European Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager. This is a hair-on-fire moment. That was Senator Klobuchar. Today we must guard against threats from the left, communism, and threats from the right, fascism. That was Ambassador Tai just a moment ago. And then actually I'm going to throw one more in from Jonathan Kanter. Whoever controls these platforms controls our minds and lives, and our democracy cannot survive. So that's the warnings, but I have ended every single event that we have hosted since the last 10 years by saying, we will win. I'm going to change a little bit because we are winning. When you have Jonathan Kanter up here, when you have Ambassador Tai, when you have Chair Rosenworcel, when you have the Vice President Vestager saying these things in public and acting to prevent these things from happening, and you have this across the board from the Republican side to the Democratic side, from conservatives to liberals to progressives, we are winning right now. The only challenge is to keep winning. That's our challenge, is to keep winning. So, everybody, go out, pass the word, tell people we're winning, and keep winning. Thank you all. Oh, and there's a happy hour so that we can get juiced up to keep winning.